Good evening, everyone. I'm so glad to have everybody here tonight. I hope everybody, first and foremost, I hope everybody is staying safe from, was it Hurricane Helene that's coming in the Gulf, around the Florida Panhandle. Hope everybody is safe and will stay safe. I know here in Arkansas, I think Friday, we're supposed to get a bunch of rain from Hurricane Helene. And I think, because I got the Weather Channel, I got it on mute, but I have the Weather Channel going over here to see what they're saying about it. But I think they said it was predicted to come in as a Category 4, which is not good. Any hurricane is not good, but when it's that's a major hurricane. So just thoughts, prayers, and good vibes to all our friends out there who will or will be impacted by this hurricane. We got lots of people here tonight. I'm so glad. Mr. Junior Johnson is here, one of our OGs, original guys. He says night owls. I think we're turning Junior into a night owl. But I'm telling you, Junior, before we know it, you're going to be in one of Dave's late night chats. I'm just waiting for you to pop up one of these nights or mornings. It's always good to have Junior here. Wonderful supporter of the channel from the beginning. Absolutely. Miss Dandy, one of my wonderful mods and friends. And I always forget to thank the mods. Dandy, Michelle C, Chris, everybody who has a wrench. I think most of the creators that come in here, I've given wrenches to also. So I apologize for forgetting to thank you guys. But it is very much appreciated for everything that you guys do for me. So she's been putting in some of my donation links. Thank you very much, ma'am. Chris is here. Always good to have Chris here. Let me see. Miss Paula is here. Good to have you here, Miss Paula. I'm glad that you were able to make it tonight. I know West Memphis 3 is one of your cases that I think it's a favorite case of ours to talk about around here. So I'm glad that Miss Paula was able to make it. I know I saw some more. Just scrolling back down through here. Miss Marion Tate is here. Hello, Miss Marion. Always good to have you here. Absolutely. Mr. James is here. Always good to have Mr. James here. Says hello. Hello, everyone. Once again, I can't use my words. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for everything you do for everyone else. God bless you all. Thank you so much, sir. Absolutely. But we could not do it without the support of the community and the family members and everybody. It takes a village. That's our motto around, one of our mottos around here. Like as Sunshine from Mind the Monster says, it takes a village. So we are so glad to have everybody here. Absolutely, Miss Marion. You are most welcome. Yes, thank you. Dandy says, before we get started, hop on over and hit that like button and that nasty algorithm. I still haven't got the algorithm figured out. Yes, but I know the more we like and share, the more people get the content. Yes, and that is the most important thing is for, especially with these missing persons and cold cases, cases we're trying to bring more awareness to. Like, shares, comments, subs, all help this information get out to as many people as possible. And that's the most important thing, is to try to help find the missing, do our little part here on our little community we have here to bring some awareness, try to make a difference in some of these missing person cases and cold cases. So I appreciate everything that you guys do, all the sharing, liking, commenting. It is very much appreciated. Let's see if anybody else has snuck in on me. Yes, Dandy says it is hump day. Yes, it is hump day. How is everyone's week going? Oh, I thought I was like, no, I thought you meant, I didn't read that all. I thought you said that tomorrow's Friday the 13th. I'm like, no, we just had a Friday the 13th. What, last week before last? We don't need another one. Tomorrow is Friday Eve. Absolutely. Yeah, and I got up. My week has been good. I had a doctor's appointment Monday, just for blood, old people routine blood work. But they did. I don't know if you can see. I don't know if I can get my arm wrong side, but they bruised me up when I probably can't see it. Anyway, they bruised me up when they took my blood. But anyway, I've been bruised worse than that before when people's taking blood. It's all a part of getting old. Don't get old if you can't help it. So yes, today is Hump Day. Absolutely hope everybody has had a good week so far. I've been working. I worked today. Had a very good day schlepping my groceries. Made some good money. So I'm hoping tomorrow will be another good day for work, because Friday, if it is pouring down monsoon rain, I'm not going to get out and deliver groceries in the monsoon. Now, if it's just a light rain, a sprinkle, it doesn't bother me. But in the monsoon heavy rain, yeah, not going to do it. So I may be spending the day. That'll give me time if I can't work because of the weather and the rain. It'll give me time to get some videos and stuff recorded for the upcoming week. Junior says, does anyone watch Lawyer Lee? I like her show. I have not heard of that one. But if anybody knows the channel and wants to throw the link in, absolutely. As long as it fits in with our, I'm not going to say our standards, but, no drama and, no family victim bashing, all that good stuff. Somebody who does it for the right reasons. Absolutely. Yes. Chris says, great. Just praying for all the people who might get affected by this nasty weather coming in. Absolutely. I know Mr. Steve, because they posted on his community tab that Mr. Steve is out on the road again. But I think he said he was heading west. So hopefully he won't be having to travel in all this bad weather. So just send thoughts, prayers, good vibes, and safe travels to Mr. Steve, as he is again out on the road helping families. Dandy says she watches the lawyer, Runkle of the Bailey, and Emily and Bruce Rivers. I think I've heard Lawyer, I haven't heard of the other ones. I've got to get time to check out. I mean, I've got to get caught up on all my favorite creators and partner channels, get caught up on all their stuff before I can even start going over to other channels to see what they're about. And there's just not enough time in the day. And then between trying to get videos done for my channel and live streams and things of that nature. Dandy says she's in Colorado, but from Missouri. I'm terrified of weather events. I'd rather look at a horrid crime scene than natural disasters. Yeah, of course, down here in Arkansas, tornadoes are the worst things we have here. Flooding, not necessarily where I live, but parts of Arkansas flood really bad. But yeah, tornadoes I hate tornadoes. I like storms, lightning, thunder, and the rain, but when the wind comes up and they start talking about tornadoes, I don't like that. Paula says she is a huge reality show fan, and she loves drama, comedies, crime dramas, action, and a huge reality show fan. I watch a lot of TV. My DVR right now is about 98% full of stuff that I have DVR that, at some point, some of it just shows that we're behind in watching, shows that we've been watching a long time, and just with the schedules and stuff, we haven't, we've gotten behind. And then a new show comes on and I'll start recording it and just to see if I like it. But after maybe the first episode or two, if I don't like it, I'll just delete them. But and plus with all the documentaries, because I did, for any members who might not have seen it yet, I did upload a new members only video today, and talked a little bit about the new Menendez brothers documentary that is on Netflix. I think it's called Monsters, the story of the Menendez brothers, or something of that nature. So we talked about it, asking anybody if they have watched it, what they thought about it. Is it worth watching? Because I've read mixed reviews about it. Some say it's okay, some say not so much, from the critics. And it was about the same, it's like an anthology series, because the first season they did was the Dahmer one. The second season is about the Menendez brothers, and the third season, when I was looking on Wikipedia and researching for this Menendez brothers one, the third season is actually going to be centered on Ed Gein, and Charlie Hunnam, who was in played Jax in Sons of Anarchy, is going to play Ed Gein. So I'm very excited about that one. Definitely going to watch the third season. I will watch, at some point, we'll binge watch the Menendez brothers one, and Dahmer, because I still haven't watched Dahmer yet either. But I was so excited that they're doing the Ed Gein, and that Charlie Hunnam is playing Ed Gein. But yeah, so anyway, I completely lost my train of thought. But yeah, so members, be sure to check that out. The members only video. I'm going to try to, for the members, start uploading members only videos on Sundays and Wednesdays. I'm going to try to do better for my members, and try to be a more consistent basis. And then throughout the week, I've always post pictures on my community tab for the members, usually of the kitties, or anything unusual, which is a lot. Anything unusual I see at work that doesn't, I don't show people's faces, but you see a lot of, and if Mr. Steve was here, he'd probably liken it to the Waffle House. But you see a lot of weird stuff in Walmart and in Walmart parking lots. So you never know what you're going to get, be privy to as a member of strange things that I see when I'm working. All right, Junior said he'll be back. Absolutely, Junior. Paula says she's watching Survivor in the background. Yeah, like I said, I got it on the Weather Channel, seeing what's going on with the hurricane. Get caught up in comments. Oh, well. Echoes 14 is back. Hello, brother. Anybody who's watching in chat or replay, Echoes is my brother, one of my brothers, baby brothers. He's not the baby, he's the middle. I'm the oldest. And then we have a younger brother. He's probably at work and bored. So always glad. I'm always happy when he drops in. So welcome, Echoes, again. Yes, Dave, out on the prowl. Dave's streams are always fun, absolutely. Because we do, when we're in the chats and doing the live stream, he takes care of business, gets the information out about the because he does a weekend true crime segment, and then he'll usually do take a look at a cold case, and he gives all business, giving that information. But we also have a lot of fun in those chats too. So if somebody can throw Dave's link in, anybody else, any other creators that I haven't got to yet that's here, definitely throw Dave in. Like I said, you have to be a night owl or an early bird to catch Dave's live streams, because he does them on Sunday mornings, which he's on the East Coast, so I'm in Central Time, so it's usually around 11:30ish or midnight-ish Central Time when Dave does his live streams. But if you can't catch it live, please do watch it on replay. I always share it in my community tab and on Facebook to make it easier to find. Please go sub to Dave. He does wonderful work, and he is a wonderful human being. Yeah. Welcome, Olivia. Good to have you here as always. She said, I just heard Cat 4 also praying for all in the path. Yeah, I remember them saying earlier that it was most likely going to come in as a Cat 4. So we are praying for everybody. There's Miss Vid Inquiries. Good to have you here. Please do, if anybody can, throw in Vid's link. She uploaded, I can't remember, I don't know if it was at a music festival or some kind of, maybe a fair or something. I watched that she uploaded maybe yesterday, the day before. So cool, so cool. Vid says they just got home in time to tune in. Thank you, thank you. Oh, you watch Ryan Hall, y'all. Echoes says I'm at work, so I'm watching you on my phone and Ryan Hall on my work computer. Yeah. The Ryan Hall, y'all. He's from art. He's like I don't know if he's a meteorologist, but he's a storm chaser or whatever. He has a YouTube channel. I can't think of the exact name of the channel. I know he has one called Ryan Hall, y'all, but I don't know if that's his the actual name of his weather channel or the name of his channel on YouTube. But yeah, I watch him too. So don't get caught slacking off at work, dude. Chris says it takes a village, but it takes one person to make a live stream great. No, it takes that. It takes everybody to make a live stream great. I try to be a good host and get the information out to the best of my ability and to keep up with chat with you guys. But yeah, I mean, I could be sitting here talking to myself. But hey, it doesn't matter if there's 20 people, 50 people, 100 people, or one person watching. I will always, if there's one person watching, I will do my live stream. Because for that one person, I appreciate that. And the information that one person gets from any of these cases could make a difference. Absolutely. Junior's back. Junior's back in the house. Are you talking to me, Chris, or somebody else? Oh, she may be. Oh, never mind. You may be talking to Miranda. And I've seen some people. Oh, there's Dean Johnson. Another one of our night owls is here. Welcome back, Dean. He's another night owl from Dave's Chats. Good to have you here, sir. Miranda says that she's been watching a lot of Delphi stuff, and I hope the trial happens in 3 weeks because I'm tired of it. I would hope that it starts as soon as possible, but sorry, I'm sweating. It's hot in here again tonight. I'm not holding my breath on how soon the Delphi is going to start. It's just a circus, I'm telling you. That's why I stay away from, other than sharing Abby and Libby's faces, their information. I stay away from all the Delphi drama. It's just so sad. And I try to stay away from the Delphi drama, the Sebastian Rogers drama, except for sharing Sebastian's face and his missing poster. I stay out of all that drama. Just it's out of hand, unfortunately. And Miranda says that she does not want to watch the Menendez brothers stuff. I lived through that trial. Yeah, I remember it. I'm trying to think if we had satellite when that trial was going on, because I do remember watching some of the trial, but I don't know if it was just news clips or because back then they still I guess they still have it, the court TV live streamed or whatever, all the live streamed all the big trials and stuff. Sorry, I have the hiccups. Hold on. I apologize. Usually the only time I can get rid of hiccups is to drink a big glass of water, and I don't have any water in here with me. I have my Coke, but I don't know if that'll work. Dean says, I don't, talking about Delphi, I don't think trial will be the end of it. Yeah, I'm in agreement. There's our friend Lance from Canada. Hello, Lance. Good to have you here. Always good to have our Canadian friends here. Vid says that she watched Dahmer. Is it worth watching? Because I've heard, like I said, just like on the Menendez one, mixed reviews on the Dahmer. I mean, I will watch it obviously at some point, and I know that when it came out, which is totally understandable, I know when it came out that a lot of the family members said that it, I said I haven't watched it, so I can't speak on it, but just from what family members said, they thought it glamorized Dahmer too much and the whole situation. I read that in several places. But I do, if even for nothing else, I do want to watch it because the actor who played Dahmer also has recurring roles. I don't know if he does anymore. I'm about 2 or 3 seasons behind on American Horror Story, that anthology series. He is a recurring cast member in that, and for the life of me, I can't think of what his name is right now. Just like for no other reason to watch the Menendez brothers, Javier Bardem is going to play Jose Menendez, and I love Javier Bardem ever since I saw him in No Country for Old Men. Excellent movie. If you haven't watched it, if you like that kind of movie, it's got Javier Bardem and Tommy Lee Jones, Josh Brolin, Garrett Dillahunt, based on a Cormac McCarthy book, which I have read the book too. Excellent movie. Yes, Vid says Charlie Hunnam is an amazingly talented actor. Yes. Like I said, the first thing I saw Charlie in was Sons of Anarchy, one of my favorite TV shows of all time. So if you're into like the drama, biker gang, motorcycle culture, or even if you aren't, and now it does have a lot of violence and language in it. Lots of good cast in that one. Charlie Hunnam, Katie Seagal, Ron Perlman, just tons of my favorite actors, wonderful actors. I love Sons of Anarchy. And there was something else I saw Charlie in. I think it was a movie actually. And once again, my old mind is shutting down on me. Oh, Miranda says Sons of Anarchy was depressing. Yeah, it was, like I said, you have to be, a fan of that genre of TV shows, storytelling. But yeah, I loved it. I mean, oh goodness. Vid says, I started watching the Menendez brothers on Netflix, and I have to admit, I've been in the mood for Milli Vanilli. You'll understand if you start watching it. Oh no, do they play Milli Vanilli in it? Oh goodness. Yep, now you're gonna have Milli Vanilli songs going on in my head. There is Miss Jenny 8675309. Good to have you here, my dear. I hope you're doing well. Oh goodness. Now Dean and Jenny are already got it now. Yes, absolutely. Chris said the Menendez brothers case is crazy. Absolutely. Yeah, some of the things I went into, talked about in the members only video I did is Because I came across an article. I think it was from Variety. It was an interview with Javier Bardem, talking about how they went about filming it and giving all different viewpoints from all the different real life people and characters, and tried to make it, look at it from all sides. So I'm will be interested to watch it. Yep, Dandy says, watch out, Jenny is here. Absolutely. Miranda says, I enjoy Dave so much. Yes, Dave is wonderful. There's Miss Doodlebug. Hello, Doodle. Good to have you here. Anybody can, I need to give Doodlebug a wrench. I wonder if I can do it without putting this into a dumpster fire. I thought I'd already given Doodle a wrench. Hold on one second. Let me see if I can get my, what is this mess that is coming up? I hope I just didn't close out everything. Okay. If I can get my YouTube side to come up, Doodle, I will give you a wrench. Everyone duck. I'm playing Dave and throwing wrenches. Give me 1 second. And then we will get caught up in comments and get on to our West Memphis 3 discussion. Once again, waiting on there it goes. It's working. I shouldn't say it. It's working a little bit faster than it usually does. Now I've got to find the live stream on YouTube. There it is. One second, bear with me. There's Doodle. Come on, let me do something. There it is. No, I don't want to put Doodle in timeout. I want to do a. There we go. Now Miss Doodle has a wrench. I could have swore I had already given you a wrench, Doodle. But Doodle has a wrench now. All right. So thank you for being here. Please do check out Doodle. She has a wonderful channel. She does a wonderful job sharing missing persons. She does excellent work. Thank you so much, Dandy. Put in Dave's link, Owl on the Prowl, our favorite owl. Please do check Dave out. Oh my goodness. Lance says he woke up this morning to a tooth broken in half. Oh, bless your heart. Oh, there's nothing I hate worse than a toothache. Oh, it's excruciating. Thank you very much. Danny put in there is Vid Inquiries a link. Please do check out Vid. So Echo says, you mean I should actually be working? Well, I know that's up to you. I don't know. Are you a supervisor now? I guess if you're a supervisor, you can do whatever you want to. You don't have to work if you don't want to. Oh goodness. Olivia said that's so sweet. I don't know what you're referring to, but thank you. Absolutely, Miss Doodle. Oh, absolutely. Please visit Mr. and Mrs. Steve at True Crime Web, the National Treasure. National Treasure. As I said, Mr. Steve is out on the road, I believe right now, because they posted that they would not have a show. They didn't have a show last night because he was out on the road. So he's out there fighting the good fight. Hello, Mitzi. Good to have you here as always. Thank you so much, Vid. Says, hi to everybody, or hi, anybody and everybody missing chat. This is an awesome group, especially with Southern Gal. Oh, thank you. It's not just me. I will be at the trial for POS Richard Allen. Maybe you can give us some well, inside information. Obviously, nothing that can't be disclosed, but just some of the goings on that can be talked about publicly during that trial. Yeah, Vid says she followed in real time as well with the Menendez case. Yep. Yep. Missy says she snuck in on us. Vid says, regarding Delphi, ever since I was out there for the first time, I always believed there was way more than one person involved. I think that's one of the theories that has been referred to, because I definitely don't think it's the stupid oldness crap that they talk about. I mean, being as we're going to be talking about the West Memphis Three tonight, I mean, that whenever I heard them start talking about the I lost my stylus somewhere. Oh, there it is. When they started talking about this oldness stuff in the Delphi case, it was kind of the opposite of what the satanic element they brought up in the West Memphis Three case, because the prosecutor in the West Memphis Three case, the prosecutors brought up that it was a satanic ritual, satanic, thing, to try, that they use that as part of their motive or whatever. But now in Richard Allen's trial, the Delphi case, the defense is using, it's these oldness that did it as a defense for Richard Allen. And I think in both cases, with the West Memphis Three and the satanic angle, and this is just my opinion, and then the Delphi case for the oldness angle, I think both of them are BS. Once again, just my opinion, just my opinion. Oh, thank you. That's his name, Evan Peters. Thank you. I couldn't think of his name. Vid says, yes, regarding Dahmer, I do not think it put them in the spotlight or anything like that. I think it really explained his personality and how he did what he did. Yes, Evan Peters. Thank you. I could not remember his name, but yeah, Evan Peters is that's outline. I'm 2 or 3 seasons behind in American Horror Story, but I know he, in the earlier seasons, Evan Peters was had recurring roles in American Horror Story. Paula says she has watched the first season of Dahmer. I haven't seen any of the Menendez brothers. See, I'm behind on all of them. I haven't seen any of Dahmer or any of Menendez yet. Absolutely. Vid says No Country for Old Men is an excellent movie. Yes, it is. And the book, for anybody of you who read or readers, the book is excellent too. Cormac McCarthy wrote it. He's also the one that wrote The Road. Another, talking about depressing movies, but it's an excellent movie. The Road is an excellent movie. The book was excellent. I actually read the book also because when they did the reissue, because usually when movies come out that are based on books, they'll do a reissue or another printing of books. And I was in the local Wally World, and what caught my eye actually was I was looking at books, and because on the reissue, Viggo Mortensen, who plays the father, is on the cover, and I love Viggo Mortensen. So that caught my eye. So I picked it up to see what that was all about, and said there was a new movie coming out. And so I turned it over and read what is actually about. I'm like, it's my kind of book. So I read the book, and then when the movie came out on probably DVD, I think we bought it. We didn't even bother renting it because I don't think there's not any video or DVD rental stores around here anymore. But I went ahead and bought it. It's well worth it, but it is very. It's a wonderful story, but it is very, very depressing. Um, always, Lance says thank you for the warm welcome. Absolutely, you know you are welcome here anytime, sir. Oh, Missy says somebody is fine. I don't know who you're talking about. You'll have to let me know. Vid has watched SOA apparently, Sam Crow Forever. And that is one that every once in a while, because I think it is on one of the streaming services that I'll get. I will, even though I watched every episode when it was aired on, I believe it was on FX, I will binge watch a season, you know, because Sons of Anarchy is one of those shows, and I promise we're going to start talking about the intended subject for tonight's live stream here in a minute, but Sons of Anarchy is one of those where you can watch it over and over again, and every time you watch it, you find some little thing you never noticed before, or after you've watched everything and knows what happens, there's like little Easter eggs or foreshadowings and things of that nature that you pick up on. So yeah, every few months or so, I'll go back and start at the beginning and binge watch a season, and then go back later and binge watch the next. So yep, I definitely loved SOA. Paula says a great cast. Once again, I don't know if you're referring to, we were talking about No Country for Old Men. That does have a great cast. Absolutely. Yes, I did watch a show probably on ID channel about that. Johnny Lewis, he ended up unaliving somebody. And I think, didn't he unalive himself too after that? He jumped out of a window and basically splatted. I don't know how to put that in any other terms that won't get me kicked off YouTube or be too graphic. But yes, I remember that. Dandy says she doesn't watch much movies. I don't watch movies. I have little to no idea who most people are these days. Oh, Mitzi, hey, we do have some SOA fans. Mitzi says she was obsessed with Sons of Anarchy. Good. I'm glad I'm not the only one. I mean, I was obsessed with going back to some good 90s shows. Of course, The Sopranos, The Shield, another excellent show, Sons of Anarchy. I'm trying to think of some other ones. Justified, when it was on, I was late 90s, maybe early 2000s with Justified. Lots of good shows back in the 90s and early 2000s, most definitely. There's Miss Gail Hurd. Hello, Miss Gail. Good to have you here, as always. Wonderful, wonderful member. Johnny Lewis played, I think his nickname on the show was Half Sack. And I don't know if I can tell the story of how that, because, you know, everybody in the biker gang has a nickname. And evidently he got a part of the family jewels blown off. He lost part of them. So his nickname was Half Sack. Just for a little bit of a useless trivia. Yes, thank you. Vid is on it too. Yep. Oh, that's another one of my favorites. Dandy says, I did let my 20-year-old talk me into watching the Walking Dead series during 2020. I love the Walking Dead. The original is not on anymore, the one that started it all. That's another one that I go back every once in a while and start from the beginning and binge watch. But they had The Walking Dead was the original. Then they had Fear the Walking Dead. Fear the Walking Dead is very good too. I think this past season that it was on was the last season, which I haven't DVR'd. I'm gonna have to binge watch it. And then they had another one about something the world, but it was like basically took place at the beginning of the apocalypse, and it had featured the younger kids. I can't remember what it was called. Not a new world, something a new world or something like that. Yes, I am obsessed with The Walking Dead. Vid says, I really felt bad for that kid. Talking about Johnny Lewis. He asked Kurt Sutter to exit the show because it was getting too violent for him. Yeah, that show is very violent. Yeah, so just that's why I said, if you've never watched Sons of Anarchy and thinking about watching it, just be what it is. Very violent. Violent, a lot of violence, sex and stuff, and language, and betrayal. All. So if you don't like that kind of stuff, you may want to find something else. But if you like that kind of stuff, I highly encourage you to watch it. That is one I've been wanting to watch. Lance mentioned three billboards outside Ebbing, Missouri. I've been wanting to watch that. I'm gonna have to find it. I hope it's on one of the streaming services that I have. Oh yeah, thank you. And Miranda says we're up to 927 subscribers, so close to 1,000. Absolutely. And I thank everybody who has been sharing the channel and the videos and everything, because I notice every time I do upload a video or do a live stream and you guys share it out, then I get at least 4 or 5 new subs. So thank you so much for everybody who shares, likes, comments. We'll get there, guys. It's as much for you guys, probably more for you guys than it is for me. Of course, I want to get have subs, but the more, like I said, the more subs you have, the more likes, shares, comments you have, the mysterious YouTube algorithm pushes it out, and all this important information gets out to as many people as possible. All right. Daddy says Doodle's going to look like a bodybuilder soon with all those wrenches she's packing. Lance asked, what does the wrench mean? It's for mods. Mods can put links in. They can put people in timeout. They can ban people. They can delete comments that are anything that's not appropriate. That's what it is. Kind of like bouncers. I call them bouncers. But I appreciate each and every one of you guys who has a wrench, who helps throw in links. Which that's for the most part that is putting in links, because luckily, since the community is so small, which I love my small community, we don't have a lot of problems with trolls or anybody coming in and causing problems. So, but yeah, that's what they put in links, put people in timeout, ban people, delete comments, things of that nature. Yes, Dandy explained it once again more eloquently than I did. She says we have minor control over chat and can post links. Well, that it does also mean that you're cool. Lance says, I just thought the wrench meant that you were cool. Everybody here is cool. You don't have to have a wrench to be cool here. I'm sure you're cool, Lance. And even if you're not, if you could be a nerd or a geek like a lot of us here, I know I am. I'm a nerd and a geek. Nothing wrong with that. I was never in the cool crowd at school. I was in the geek. I don't know. It was like a combination. Our group was a combination of geeky, nerdy, rebellion. The bad kids that went out back, because when I went to school, we had a smoking spot out behind, out behind the school. I was the kind that had the big hair and went to the concerts and wore the black clothes and listened to the Metallica and all the, hair bands, kind of like, once again, going back to what we're going to be talking about tonight, the West Memphis Three. About how they were, in my opinion, that played I always want to say a lot, but it played a part, in my opinion, of why they honed in on. I mean, there were other obvious reasons, you know, the mental problems that Damien had, and they had all three been in trouble with the law. But yeah, I think the being here down here in the Bible Belt, you have this satanic perception of satanic panic, or it was satanic panic, but just a perception that there were these evil satanic cults running around at that time back in the 80s and 90s that were, you know, taking children and doing unspeakable things. And so that played, in my opinion, played a lot in the West Memphis Three case. All right. Getting caught up. Trying to, anyway. Paula says some people think that Dahmer was in Stranger Things. Oh, you talking about one of the characters may have been based on Dahmer? I said I'm so behind in Stranger Things. I'm gonna have to go back to the beginning and start watching it all over again. I just know that the Eddie Munson character was based on Damien Eccles. Oh, Miranda said Sons of Anarchy was so depressing it made me cry a lot. Oh, I cried too. Every time a character would get killed, I would bawl, no matter who it was, whether or not they deserved to be taken out or not. You know, Vids like me, she says I could talk about SOA all of the time. I know. I'm gonna have to start putting the link, doing because I think I'm up to 90 something subscribers on my second, on Southern Retro, my second channel, which is basically talking about anything but true crime. We're gonna have a live, since I can do lives over there. I'll have to schedule a live stream, and post the link over here on this channel, so anybody who wants to can come over on that live stream and we can talk about music, movies, TV, anything paranormal, whatever we want to talk about. I'm gonna have to set that up, find a time to do that, and invite you guys over. Welcome, Sarah Lee. Good to have you here. I don't think I've seen your name here before, but good to have you here. She says talking to Doodle, but she says you cover the Festus cult, right? I've never had heard of that cult. Yes, going back to Johnny Lewis. Yeah, he did splat after jumping out the window, thinking he could make the jump. Yeah, that's what I thought I remembered about. Yeah, because there was a thing on him on like E Network or ID or something of that nature. Yes, Doodle says Justified. Justified. The TV show was amazing, and I've got to watch. It's on one of my streaming services. I have the new. I think it was just one season. Raylan went. I can't remember the name of the show, but Raylan went to some big city. After going after somebody. I can't remember what city it was. Or what it was called, but I just know Raylan, the character, went to a big city, hunting after somebody. I was thinking somewhere in Florida, but I could be wrong. All right, I'm gonna get caught up, and I promise we will get into some West Memphis Three. I've already been on here an hour, and we haven't even got up, but that's that. You know, that's also with these live streams. I love to get caught up with you guys in chat and see what you guys are doing. Oh goodness. Oh, Sarah says I can't stick around though. I get too worked up about the West Memphis Three. Yeah. West Memphis Three, that's a case that you're not the only one. It gets just about everybody worked up, depending on what side, which way you lean about guilt or innocence, and your thoughts and theories on it. But once again, everybody on the West Memphis Three case, and on anything we talk about on here, everybody's opinion is welcome. We can have it's a good thing about this community. We have good adult conversations. We're respectful of each other's opinions. We don't victim or family bash or blame. So that is what I love. It's what I love about you guys. Guess I can go ahead and throw up the thing there. Absolutely. Dandy is definitely one of my OGs, original gals. She says she was here when there was less than 100 subscribers. It's a beautiful organic channel. Thank you, ma'am. You had a big part in that. You taught me so much when I started, especially when I started doing my live streams. But yes, thank you so much to Dandy. Lance says that Walking Dead is too violent for him. I lost my interest after Negan used his bat on my favorite character. Which one was it? Was it when they took out Glenn and Abraham, or somebody else? Because, oh my goodness, the episode where he took out Glenn and Abraham, I bawled for hours. Yes, I love Jeffrey Dean Morgan, who plays Negan. Love him. He also played the dad in Supernatural. Is the first thing that I saw him in. He played Sam and Dean's dad in Supernatural. Doodle says that the Aquanet is probably why I'm so silly. Yeah. I'm an 80s child or young teenager, young adult, so I definitely contributed to the depletion of the ozone layer. Yep, Gail says she was in the geek and nerd group. Nothing to be ashamed of. Absolutely, I'm proud to say I'm a geek and a nerd. Oh, Junior. Oh, sorry, Junior. We didn't even get started. Junior's got to go to bed. Thank you for checking in, Junior. You can always watch replay. Thank you so much for popping in. Always good to have Junior here. And I knew of Junior even before I started my channel because he was always in Mr. Steve's chats. Yes, absolutely. Gail says Dahmer was definitely strange. I don't know if you're talking about the actual Dahmer or the show, but both, I would assume. I've heard of that one too. I want to watch that one, but I got to see if it's on the streaming service I get. Vid says an excellent documentary or docudrama about Dahmer to watch is called My Friend Dahmer. It was filmed in the actual house where Dahmer lived and the high school he attended. That is another one that is on my list to watch. Yes, that Doodle says Harlan, Kentucky. It was talking about Justified is where it took place. Yeah, that's where the original one took place. But they did like a one-off kind of what happened after everything that went down in Kentucky. Raylan goes to who is played by Timothy Oliphant, goes to a big city chasing some kind of somebody, and I can't remember what it was called. Y'all gonna make me look it up at some point. Don't let me forget later, and I will try to remember to look it up. Or if somebody can look it up. That is a good point. Vid says Dahmer's mom was messed up on so many substances when she was pregnant with him. in my opinion, this contributed a lot to his lack of empathy for anything or anybody. That is entirely true. Oh, hold on, everything just jumped on me. Olivia says that she has been in several tiffs about West Memphis Three. Yeah, people definitely have their opinions. Like I said, I respect everybody's opinion. Most definitely, because obviously, it's a free world. Everybody's entitled to their opinion, and I do have, and this is one of those cases where obviously I don't know for sure, but I'll go back and forth about, did they do it? Did they not do it? Was it somebody else? And that's what we're going to take a look at tonight, is just some alternate suspects, alternate theories that have come up, either when they were investigating it, or just the public has come up with. So trying to get caught up, and then we will get into that's funny, Jenny. Jenny talking about buying Aquanet at Costco like Diddy does pay people. Oh goodness. Oh, and I can watch it. Vid says my friend Dahmer was on Tubi. I have Tubi, which is, yes, free, thank goodness. So yes, I'm definitely going to watch it. Oh, Miss Charlotte from across the pond is here. Hello, ma'am. Good to have you here. Always good to have Miss Charlotte here. Glad you could make the live. Usually I see her in Dave's lives. It's good to have you here. Right, I think I'm I think I am actually caught up. Okay. So like I said, tonight we're going to be talking about suspects and alternate theories or alternative theories in the West Memphis Three case. Chris says there's a case that I've been interested in. I don't know if you're talking to me, interested in for a long time, and I've seen no action on it. Just let us know what case that is. Because, and we will talk a little bit about the obvious alternate suspects that we all discuss, which is step parents, stepfathers, but there's also the two guys from California, or they're from West Memphis. They ended up going to California just I think a few days after Stevie, Michael, and Christopher were killed. And then there's the Mr. Bojangles theory. To me, Mr. Bojangles is, and not so much. People have brought up John Mark Byers, of course. To me, he's lower down on the list also. And then there's the Hobbs and Jacoby. Those are the main ones. And then in Dan Stidham, who was Jesse Miss Kelly's lawyer during the trial, his trial, just put a new book out. And his theory is that it was either a passerby, a truck driver, basically. Truck driver, serial offender, because where the boys were found, and I do have on the slides pictures that kind of give you an idea of just how close this Blue Beacon truck wash is to Robin Hood Woods, where the boys were found. So, and I think I have an article to read about what he says in his book about his theory about it being possibly a truck driver / serial offender, which is possible. But they also mention that the Robin Hood Hills, a lot of substance users and transients use those woods. So that's also another theory too that we can talk about is, was it a crime of opportunity by a transient that was walking through? Is another theory, another alternative that I've always thought about. Yeah, Paula says, I think there is a lot more to this case than what we already know. Oh, I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is, and I'm sure that the West Memphis Police Department, Crittenden County, and the 12th Judicial District has a lot of stuff that they don't want come out. And then we've got once again, the DNA that Arkansas Supreme Court said could be tested, but the Crittenden County Judicial District is still fighting to not get it tested. And like Mr. Steve said when he was on here when we were talking about the genetic genealogy and DNA, how could somebody, I think to paraphrase him, he said, how could the people that are tasked to bring justice and to do everything they can to find justice for victims block something that could potentially solve a case? It's just unreal. All right, so first, obviously, we know the Damian Eccles, Jesse Miss Kelly, and Jason Baldwin were the immediate suspects, rightly or wrongly. I think it's a little bit of both. I mean, there were, because you had whether it was coerced or not, a false confession, which I think I still go back and forth on that because there are facts that Jesse got wrong, but then there are things that I've read and I forgot to put a link. I will try to remember to put it on my community tab. And also there's a channel called, I believe it's Burn After Reading. They have done, I think, at least one, maybe two deep dives into this case with lots of official documents and police reports and pictures. And they have a site, or somebody has a site. It's called My Callahan, a site or something. I'll find the link to it and put it in on my community tab. And when this is done, I'll add it into the description of the live stream. But it has every official document you could, pictures, documents, interviews, official documents that you could ever want or need to look at in this case. So there are a lot of things when I was going through that site that kind of, would go to lean towards the fact that they did do it, but now that doesn't mean they did do it. It just gives you something to think about. So let me get the information. So at the time of their arrest, Jesse Miss Kelly Jr. was 17, Jason Baldwin was 16, Damian was 18. Baldwin and Eccles had been previously arrested for vandalism and shoplifting, respectively. Jesse Miss Kelly had a reputation for his temper, and I think this was documented that and I don't know if it was, I'm thinking it was before. There was an incident where Jesse basically beat up or hit a little girl, child. So he did have a temper. He did have a history of some violent situations. So he had a reputation for his temper and for engaging in fistfights with other teenagers at school. Miss Kelly and Eccles had dropped out of high school. However, Baldwin did earn high grades, and he did demonstrate a talent for drawing and sketching. And he was encouraged by one of his teachers to study graphic design in college. Eccles and Baldwin were close friends. They bonded over similar tastes in music and fiction. They both liked Metallica. They loved Stephen King, which right here, I'm a Metallica fan and a Stephen King fan, and I used to dress in the black clothing, but I never, took anybody's life. Not saying they did, for sure, but you cannot judge people by the music they listen to, their choice of authors. I've always been a big horror genre fan, movies, books, TV shows, and I've never taken the life of anybody. So, you can't judge people by their taste. Just because what somebody else reads or watches or is interested in. Just because it's not normal to you, that does not necessarily make it wrong, is what I'm trying to say. So we just always have to keep that in mind. Lost my place. So they bonded over their similar taste in music and fiction, and over their shared distaste for the prevailing cultural climate of West Memphis, which is situated in the Bible Belt. And once again, West Memphis is about an hour and a half down the road from me. So I definitely live and have lived all my life in the Bible Belt. So I know where they're coming from. Eccles and Baldwin were acquainted with Jesse and Miss Kelly from school, but they were not close friends with him. Damien Eccles' family was poor. They did receive frequent visits from social workers, and he rarely attended school. He and a girlfriend had run off and later broken into a trailer during a rainstorm. They were arrested, but only Damien was charged with burglary. Damien spent several months in a mental institution, and Damien did have several mental health issues. Once again, just because you have mental health issues does not mean you're going to go out and take somebody's life. But he did spend several months in a mental institution in Arkansas, and afterward he did receive full disability status from the Social Security Administration. During his trial, Dr. Judge W. Woods testified for the defense that Damien suffered from serial mental illness characterized by grandiose and persecutory delusions, auditory and visual hallucinations, disordered thought processes, substantial lack of insight, and chronic incapacitating mood swings. And there are several accounts, or I don't know if they were officially documented. There were several accounts of violent, him getting into fights, trying to bite people, drinking human blood. There was an account that he did. Trigger warning. Once again, my banner's up, but he did. And I said this. I don't think this was officially documented in the police report, but more than one witness said that he did take the life of a dog at some point. So he did have most definitely mental health issues and violent tendencies. So at Eccles' death penalty sentencing hearing, his psychologist reported that months before the homicides, Damien had claimed that he obtained superpowers by drinking human blood. At the time of his arrest, Damien was working part-time with a roofing company, and he was expecting a child with his girlfriend, Dominique Tier. So that is, and tonight we're just going to kind of go over just basic synopsis of the all the suspects, the three, Eccles, Baldwin, and Miss Kelly, and some of the other, the other ones that we mentioned. But I'll probably do, I don't know if I'll do live streams, but I probably will do supplemental videos. And I do have a West Memphis 3 playlist for all the videos and live streams that we've done so far. So please do check it out. I was going to link it once again in the description box tonight, and I forgot because I was in a hurry and half asleep last night when I was getting everything together. But please do check out the playlist for the other things that we've done already. But I will do supplemental videos on for Damien, Jesse, and Jason, go more in depth into their past, their childhood, their criminal history, any issues they have. And I will get them done and posted. Just be patient, because I try to work in this West Memphis 3 stuff in between all the missing persons and cold cases that I share, that I get requests for from you guys and from family members that reach out to me to feature their loved ones. So I try to work in some of this West Memphis 3 stuff. All right, let me get into your comments right quick and see what you guys have to say. Turn my cam off for a minute. Sorry if you hear me slurping on my drink. I always forget I have my microphone up closer to my face now. Let me get down to where I was at. Okay. Paulus wants to know, how tall is Jesse? I'm not exactly sure, but he is fairly short. Give me 1 minute and I can probably find it. Let me get another tab up. Hear me picking on my keyboard. Oh yeah, he's shorter than me. Jesse is 5'2", so he is very short. I never knew exactly how short he was, but I know in all the documentaries and interviews and things, shows about, he was always shorter than everybody else, but he is 5'2". So yes, and I'm 5'3", or 5'3.5" on a good day. Yes, Miss Charlotte says, oh goodness, test it. Yes, the evidence. That's bonkers to have such a valuable source of potential information, but to not test it. They must only have a little and fear its erosion if they peak too soon. That might be part of it, but my feeling, and this is once again my personal opinion, that the West Memphis Police Department, Crittenden County, does not want it tested because they know, once again, in my opinion, that they botched the crime scene, trampled all over the crime scene, destroyed any kind of evidence that may have been there, that they destroyed. They mysteriously lost some evidence for a while before it was mysteriously found again years later, after Damien brought a lawsuit for the evidence to, so yeah, I don't understand why they don't want it. Well, I have my opinions on why they don't want it tested, but and I have talked about them before, but I will keep them to myself. Yes, Vid says that one of the victims' stepdad was abusive. I've always felt he knew that the boys knew. He knew that the boys knew, and that was their unfortunate demise. That is, I agree. Because I know it was, and I think we're going to go into a little of it when we start talking about Hobbs. He was definitely accused, or had been witnessed as being abusive. Maybe John Mark Byers too, to an extent, but not as bad as I've heard and read about Terry Hobbs. Yes, I like Burn After Reading. Absolutely. I've watched a lot of their stuff. Most definitely. And if anybody with a wrench can feel free to throw in Burn After Reading's link, YouTube link. Miss Charlotte says the only time, and she's in the UK, says the only time we do not test DNA is when it's the potential father of the victim. We gather DNA from mom and dad, but only ever run mom's, just in case. If we run it, we declare it, you're not the dad. Yeah. Yep. Vid says exactly how I made it through sometimes was music, a lot of it being Metallica, Ozzy, and the like. Yeah. I mean, aside from my family and my faith, my other go-to is music when I need, just in not really depressed, but just having struggling with anything, music calms me down. And surprisingly, you wouldn't think it, but surprisingly, the heavy metal music like Metallica, Ozzy, things of that nature are very calming to me, or my hair bands, but yeah, it's very, to me, metal music is very soothing, if that makes sense. uh, Absolutely. Olivia says, I've always loved rock and roll, hard rock. I was a teen in the 70s. I wore black then too and was never violent. Exactly. Just because, and I think, how this relates to this case is, especially down here in the South, in the Bible Belt, if you listen to the heavy metal music, if you wore black, wore the concert t-shirts, some people, the some of the older generation, not all, but a lot of the older generation, looked down on you and said, you're no good, you're a troublemaker, you're a wild child, it's just the way it was down here. Hopefully it's better today, but back in the 80s and 90s, you most definitely got judged by what you wore, what you listened to. Like going back to Stephen King, who you like to read. My favorite authors are Stephen King, Anne Rice, Clive Barker, all that horror genre. You know, Gail says, sounds like bipolar to me. Are you talking about Damien? Very possible. And Gail says, sounds like schizophrenia with bipolar, in her opinion. Awful, yeah. And see, back then, fortunately, we have come a long way with being more accepting and not ostracizing people with mental health issues. But once again, going back to the 80s and 90s is way before. I mean, you were ostracized and said, oh, you're just, this, which the thing that always drives me crazy. Oh, it's all in your head. Well, yeah, it is in your head. That's the problem. You don't have control over it, mental health issues. So yeah, I think he probably did. And all of a sudden, I'm just speculating my opinion. He probably did have maybe had something bipolar, schizophrenia, and back then it just wasn't diagnosed or accepted, or we all know the story of the mental health crisis. A bunch of comments popped up. Let me get back to I almost accidentally put somebody in timeout. Miss Charlotte says we always gather Dad's DNA mainly so they don't feel left out. We can do it all with Mom's DNA if she is biological Mom. We have to declare any we run. To not run it seems like the better option. Thank you, Vid. Yes, definitely. If you're interested in this case, yes, do please check out my West Memphis Three playlist, and there you can find lots of good. Like I said, Burn After Reading is another good one that did in-depth deep dives with official documents from that Callahan site. So I would encourage you to check out Burn After Reading too. And there's others that have done, other good creators that have done excellent deep dives on this case. Paula says, in one of his mug shots, he appears taller than Damien and Jason. It may just be the way the angle of the camera. I mean, I can look up how tall Damien and Jason are. Damien is 5'9". So we have Damien is 5'9". What do we say? Jesse was 5'2". And see how tall Jason is. Jason's actually the tallest. He's 5'10". So Jason is 5'10", Damien is 5'9", and Jesse is 5'2". All right. Charlotte's giving some good information about DNA. Yes, it's called mitochondrial DNA because the mitochondrial DNA is the one that comes from the mother, right? Gail says, Miss Charlotte says, it's because dad's DNA is irrelevant if we have moms, so it yields nothing to test. The mom's DNA helps with IDing victims. Dad's DNA is literally so not left out. Olivia says I was right on about in her opinion about Ellie. Are you talking about the sorry, hold on, I'm sweating, my glasses keep falling off my face. I'm sorry if I'm hitting my microphone too and getting a scratchy sound. Are you talking about Ellie, West Memphis PD and Crittenden County prosecutors and everybody involved not wanting to if that's what you're talking about, yes, that is my opinion. And it is a lot of people's opinion that it and for anybody, I know I've mentioned it before on other live streams that we've had about West Memphis Three. We've probably talked about it in the last one when we were just going over the families and the boys, the little boys. Is at the time that this happened, before this even happened, the West Memphis Police Department was being investigated because everybody wanted, when this happened, everybody wanted to know why didn't West Memphis PD call in, at the very least, the state police, the FBI, to come help, because nothing like this to this magnitude had ever happened in West Memphis. So everybody was like, why didn't you call in the state police, the FBI to help? And I don't know why they didn't call in FBI, but in my opinion, the reason they didn't call in the state police is because before this even happened, the West Memphis Police Department was being investigated by the Arkansas State Police. Some of their officers are being investigated by the ASP because substances and maybe firearms were mysteriously disappearing out of the evidence locker, out of the evidence storage. And so that is why some West Memphis PD officers were being investigated by ASP. So in my opinion, that is why West Memphis PD at least didn't want the Arkansas State Police to investigate or to come in to help with this case, is because they were being investigated literally by the ASP. Now, why they didn't call in FBI happens in a lot of cases. Gary Gitchell, in my opinion, Gary Gitchell, who was the chief inspector or chief detective, whatever he was called, in my opinion, he was very arrogant anyway. And in a lot of these cases, we see that these smaller hometown police departments do not want to, they think we can do it ourselves. We can solve it. They don't want to bring in other law enforcement agencies, you know, state police, FBI, you know, just, and I don't, you know, if it can help solve a case, especially a case like this where 3 little boys were killed. But to me, and like I said, in my opinion, the reason they did not bring in the Arkansas State Police is because they were being investigated by them at the time. Right. I get caught up in comments here right quick. Gail said she used to be 5'5", but shrunk to 5'3". I probably shrunk too. I used to, you know, I was 5'3" or so. Like I said, 5'3", 5'3.5" on a good day. But I've always heard that the older you get, I guess it's because your spine and everything compresses and you do shrink. Don't know how true that is, but Miss Paula says, I believe them to a point. Killers, no. Full of it, yes. Yeah, they were full of it. And like I said, I've never claimed to be a big fan of especially of Eccles. Definitely, he has, you know, putting aside, I'm not making light or dismissing his mental health issues, any mental health issues he must have had, but he has always come across as very arrogant. And even more so, things that he has done after he was arrested, after he was released, some of the things that he's done, you know, once again, it's not my place to judge, each to their own, but he likes the spotlight. Once again, that's, you know, more power to him. Nothing wrong with that, I guess. But, you know, he's always been in the spotlight even after they were released, after they got the Alfred plea and were released. You definitely did not hear anything from Jesse Miss Kelly. Not really a whole lot from Jason. Maybe every once in a while he would do an interview, but Damien has always been out there in the spotlight, and he has immersed himself into some very, very weird stuff. But once again, weird is relevant. I mean, just because it wouldn't be normal for me doesn't mean, you know, as long as he's not hurting anybody, whatever he chooses to do is fine, as long as he's not harming somebody else. But, you know, with that being said, that, you know, just because you're into that kind of stuff doesn't necessarily mean that you took the life of somebody. But, you know, but if you're trying to play the innocent, you know, the victim and play that up, some of the things, in my opinion, he's done hasn't helped his case any. Yeah. Mitzi says exactly, faith, family, and music. That's what gets me through. Yeah, yes. Yes, the what is it? The PMRC, the Parents Music Resource Committee or whatever. Yes, Tipper Gore. Vid said, remember Tipper Gore in the 80s? She did nothing but talk about how bad rock and metal was for us. I know. And they ended up, Ozzy got sued because one of his songs, in one of the songs, and I can't remember it off the top of my head to save my life. Supposedly, a teenager, I think it was a boy, a young man, was listening to it. I'm trying to remember the song. The lyric is actually, I tell you to enjoy life, but it's too late. And some people said he was saying, I tell you to end your life, but it's that I've listened to that song, and the name won't come into my head. But so Ozzy got sued because apparently a gentleman, a young boy, took his own life after listening to that song. So of course it was, you know, it was Ozzy's fault. So they tried to sue Ozzy for that. Of course it was dismissed. And then was it Judas Priest? they got accused of, because also back in the 80s, there was a thing with if you played the music backwards, it had the subliminal messages in it. And so they took I think it was Judas Priest, took them to court, saying they had subliminal messages, satanic messages and things in their music. Of course, that was, thrown out. It was just so ridiculous back in the day. Yes, I remember a good old Tipper. Oh, goodness. And Paula says, and also when you work in construction, sometimes people do let construction workers into your house. Sorry, there's a gnat flying around here. Yes, Vid says she was sub to Burn After Reading. I am also, absolutely. And I think maybe the first thing I ever watched from Burn After Reading was the deep dives they did on West Memphis. So I think I watched a couple of other things they did on other cases. Sorry. But yeah, Burn After Reading did an excellent job with and they looked at all sides. I think Burn After Reading kind of leans more towards them being guilty. But once again, that, but they do look at all sides, and they do provide, court legal documents to back up what they're saying. So I respect them for that, most definitely. Olivia says that Jason posts on YouTube. He identified himself on a West Memphis Three chat one time. Oh my goodness. That was very brave of him. Wow. I don't know if I was in his situation, if I would have the courage to do that. Paula says she thinks Jason is following her on YouTube. Yes, this case is, to say the least, yes, this case is very confusing. Absolutely. Miss Charlotte says, I think DNA made us a little lazy in the scientific field. There's so much risk of contamination. We still don't understand contamination well enough. DNA is helpful, but alongside other methods. Absolutely. They say DNA doesn't lie, but like you said, it can get contaminated. Any number of things can happen. It is a useful tool, and it has solved a lot of cases, but you do have to use it along with all the investigation and all the other evidence that you have. You got to use the totality of all the evidence that you have. Hello, Black Knight 007. Good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Always good to have you here. Another wonderful member. And I know you're in Georgia. I hope you are safe. I hope you're safe, because I know that eventually the Hurricane Helene is supposed to be affecting your part of the state, or part of the United States. So please stay safe. Thoughts, prayers, and good vibes sent out to you. Absolutely. Let's see. We have a new name. X is here. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Let's say, learned about this case from Dolly yesterday. Glad to see you're also doing a show on it. So I just subscribed to you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. However you found it, if you want to, you can tell us how you found us. If not, that's fine. We, no matter how you found us, we are glad you're here. Always good to have new people here. So welcome. Miranda says she is 5'7". Dandy says she never broke 5 foot. So you're shorter than I am. I don't find many people, at least around here, that I come in contact with that are shorter than I am. Oh, she says, well, maybe with the tall, scary shoes. Oh, oh goodness, Olivia's 5'8". We got some tall ladies here. Charlotte says she's 5'10 and a half, or 5'10", 5'11". So I would be like a little dwarf with you ladies, standing next to you ladies. Uh, get caught up so we can move on to some other alternate suspects and theories. Yes, that's what. Yeah, Vid says. I remember that where somebody took their own life after listening to an Aussie song. I think it was. Yes, it was the one. One of the lyrics is, "I tell you to enjoy life." Uh, or then for me, it's too. Let me look it up. It's going to drive me crazy. And I love Ozzy. Ozzy is one of my always been one of my favorites. I just put in the lyric and see if I can hear every lyric except for the chorus, which is the name of the song. Oh, it's Paranoid. Duh, Paranoid by Black Sabbath. Duh. Yeah, it's Paranoid. It says the actual lyric is, "I tell you to enjoy life. I wish I could, but it's too late." But people wrongly, one of those misinterpreted or misheard song lyrics. A lot of people think he says, "I tell you to end your life. I wish I could, but it's too late." So that was the song that the young man was listening to when he took his own life. So unfortunately, Ozzy was blamed. Like I said, it was dismissed. So, but thank you for helping me with that. Tipper and Al got a divorce. Maybe she couldn't. Maybe he liked heavy metal music and she didn't like him listening to it. Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. If anybody with a wrench can drop a Burn After Readings channel link. Charlotte says she's the Yeti of her flock. Talking about being tall. Yes. If you're talking about Burn After Reading, Vid said they feature quite a bit from their opinions on cases, as well as their thoughts on trying to put this nicely, other YouTubers. Yes. But I respect their opinion. Like I said, if you have, once again, obviously we respect, everybody has a right to their opinion. We respect everybody's opinion, but and we don't have trouble with it here, thank God. We've never had trouble with it here. But if you're going to throw out, well, so and so did this or did that, or I think this or I think that, back it up with some facts, not just things you've heard from other YouTubers or from wherever. Back it up with a credible news source, law enforcement documents, public documents, public records. Just back it up. Don't just throw something out there and not at least give an explanation of why you have this opinion. I mean, it's just because some of the stuff that we all know, some of the stuff that people throw out there is just insane, and they just throw it out there like it's fact, and that is where it gets dangerous. Once again, going back to Delphi, to Sebastian, it gets dangerous when people do that. And it's just unfortunate, beyond unfortunate. Olivia said he's still on here, in her opinion. I don't know who you're talking about. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Dandy. Found the Burn After Reading link. Thank you so much, Dandy. Yes, definitely check out Burn After Reading. Miss Paula says she's tried watching Burn After Reading. Yeah. Dandy says Helene makes me think of Dolly's Jolene song. Yes. I heard Jolene, I think it's yesterday when I was working, sitting in the car. sitting in the car listening to music while I was waiting for orders to come in. They played it, and it wasn't even on a country channel. We have this. One of the channels I listen to is Jack FM. They play all kinds of music, lots of classic music, which is now the music, 80s, 90s music that I listen to, but they do play some country. They play Jolene a lot. They play The Devil Went Down to Georgia. All that good old country. What I call real country that I was raised on. Thank you once again. Yes, please hit that like button, share, subscribe, hit all notifications. Hit all of the notifications to join us live. Absolutely. Oh, Paula's grabbing her last bowl of Cheerios. Oh, Cheerios sounds good. I haven't had Cheerios in forever. Oh, good to hear you okay. Black Knight says thanks. So far, just a lot of rain by me. Absolutely. Stay safe. Please stay safe. Absolutely. Vid says, so glad he got me into this channel. Yeah, he does have a, I don't know if it's Black Sabbath or Ozzy, but there is a song, I can't say the word, but yes, it was called Solution. But that is, it did not advocate self-harm. It was actually against, excuse me, I apologize. My supper once again is not cooperating with me. Yes, Paranoid was the one where it says what the lyrics we were talking about. Yeah. Dandy is marked safe. We're glad to hear that, Dandy. Yeah, Dandy's in Colorado. She says there ain't no hurricanes here. There's no tornadoes. I am marked safe. We are glad you are safe. Yeah, yeah. It says maybe Tipper didn't like gore. That's good. I like that. Chris is tall. Chris says he's 6'3". Yeah, my brother is probably 6 foot, 6'1". Now, my oldest nephew is like 7 feet tall. He's not that tall, but he's got to be at least 6'4", 6'5". He is a tall and skinny. Charlotte wants to know what time it is over there. My time, which is central, in the U.S. Central time, it is, it's 10 p.m. Oh, we've been here 2 hours already. It is 10 p.m. here in my time zone. So it'll be 11 p.m. on the East Coast, and on the way, anything west of me, I have no clue. Dandy or somebody will have to, yeah, I think Dandy's maybe in whatever the next time zone is. Absolutely. Miranda says she will not watch pro Richard Allen channels that abuse the families of the victims. Yes. It's one thing on my channel and all the channels that I watch and that I suggest for people to watch. Do not victim bash or blame, family bash or blame. They have a agree to disagree. It's okay to agree to disagree and respect each other's opinions and have adult conversations. But yes, I stay away from the channels that bash anybody, bash families, victims, other people, other community members. Oh goodness. Olivia says, remember the rumor about Metallica selling their souls to the devil? My adult daughter believes it. Oh goodness. Oh, Metallica is still out there kicking it. I think they may be going out on tour soon if they haven't started already. I know they had put a new album out a few months ago. Dandy says she usually burns while she's reading. All right, let me get caught up, and we got to get to. We're gonna have another 4-hour live stream if we don't watch it. Yes, the Fray. Yes, Gail says I like that song. If I stayed up all night, if I don't know how to save a life. Yeah, I think the name of the song is "How to Save a Life," and it was by, I think it's called the Fray. I love that song. Love it. Then they said it is 9 here, and it is 8 on the. I lost your comment. Where'd it go? Hold on. I lost Dandy. We can't lose Dandy. Her comment just literally disappeared. Oh, there it is. Okay, so Dandy, it's 9 here. So you're in that the time zone that always gets lost. That's between what, Central and the West Coast time. I don't even know what it's called. But Dandy says it's 9 where she is, and it's 8 on the West Coast. Yeah, I have a niece that lives in California. I said anything I can keep it with Central time, what time it is in Central time and Eastern time. Other than that, I'm lost. Yeah, Miss Charlotte says that it still amazes her that it still amazes me that you have so many time zones over there. I'm always curious. Yeah, we have a lot of time zones. Yes, that is also another one. Dandy said she had to step away from the Matty Soto stuff. Yes, that's another one that's getting out of control. Vid says Metallica turned too pretty after the Cliff Burton days, in her opinion. Haven't really liked Metallica since the early 80s. Yes, I like their early stuff, like Master of Puppets is probably my favorite album by them, one of my favorites. And then I liked the Black Album and stuff they did in the early 80s, late 80s, maybe into the 90s. Oh, yeah, we got to get what Paula says. Which suspect are we on? Yeah, well, I'm fixing to get, let's see. Oh, so we're going to talk about, so we'd been talking about the Damien, Jason, and Jesse. We all know that, they were released on the Alford plea. So another thing that started raising more questions about an alternate offender or alternate theories is in the July of 2007, they had new forensic evidence that was presented. Take this down so I can read it. A report that was jointly issued by the state and the defense team stated, although most of the genetic material, most of the genetic material recovered from the scene was attributed to the victim of the offenses. Some of it cannot be attributed to either the victims or the defendants. So they're saying, aside from the DNA from the boys, the little boys, from Christopher, Michael, and Stevie, they did find DNA that did not belong to any of the little boys or any of the 3. So, and once again, some of that evidence that they did test in, I think it was around 2007 or 2010. That is, I believe, when they retested it with the because they had tested it in 95 when this happened, or 90, 93, 95. I get my years mixed up in my cases sometimes. 93, 95. They did what testing could be done with the technology they had then. Around 2007, 2010 is when they did retest some of the evidence. And then I believe that is when they found, got the DNA profiles from a hair or 2 hairs that was found, had been found at the scene. One of the hairs was found tied in one of the ligatures of the boys, which was, they were tied up with their shoelaces. And then one was found in a tree stump that was close to where the boys were found. when they tested it. Now we have to be careful with how, I mean, it is serious. It makes you stop and think. But they said that the kind of DNA that they got is usually used to rule out people, not rule in people. But, having said that, one of the hairs they said was very similar to Terry Hobbs' hair, and the other hair was what they said, similar to David Jacoby. So that is how their names got brought into the mix, among other, and we'll talk a little bit about some of the criminal history of Hobbs and of John Mark Byers, which, in my opinion, I don't think John Mark Byers had anything to do with it. Now, like I said, we don't know for sure. We weren't there, but he's low on my list. So that is how, when this came out about these hairs that were found, and from they did have it, and I don't know if they found what kind of evidence they found from a swab that they took from one of the boys when it happened. But how that's when the speculate, and then when the 3 were released on the Afro plea, that's when I won't say rumor mill, but the speculation mill got going again about alternate suspects. But they did have alternate suspects, other suspects, potential persons of interest back when it happened also. So, of course, like I said, we're talking about on the left there is Terry Hobbs. On the right is David Jacoby. So they had the hairs that were microscopically similar to their hairs. Their stories about what they were doing and what happened on the night that the boys disappeared changed. They had a different variations of what they were doing. One of them said they were together at some point, and then one of them said they were never together, or they were together at different times. So it was just differing stories. So that added to them being considered, or some people considering them suspects. Get caught up a little bit in comments. Vid says, wonder if they ever gave the one kid's stepdad a lie detector and or a DNA test. Are you talking about Hobbs, or I'm trying to think. I should know this. I'm trying to think if any of them were given lie detector test. Now I would assume that and I can't remember. They would have had to have Terry Hobbs and Jacoby's DNA somehow to be able to test it against the hairs that were found at the scene to say that they were microscopically similar. But now I don't know if these two gave their DNA willingly, or how law enforcement got it, or I don't know how that came about. Now I don't know about the lie. I remember reading somewhere about lie detector tests, but I think it is with the two of the other persons of interest or possible suspects they had back then that we're going to talk about did take lie detector tests. But now I don't know if either Hobbs or Jacoby ever took a lie detector test or not. I'm sure somebody in here, probably Miss Paula or somebody, can tell us if she knows. Absolutely. Olivia says, just think that report was released in 2007 and we are in 2024 with nothing new. Yes, that's what is so frustrating, because if they would just test that evidence, we possibly could have something new to go on. It's just so frustrating. Let me get caught up. Yes. Well, Gail said, has anyone heard from Miss Barbara the past few days? Yes, she was in the live stream that we did yesterday. Not yesterday, Monday. I believe she was in that live stream, my live stream. And I think I saw her maybe in Mr. Steve's live stream that he did. I've seen her within the last couple of days in live streams. I believe she was there on the Missing Person Monday live stream from Monday. Yeah, okay. And Vid says she saw Miss Barb in Al's chat the other night. Oh, hold on, did Far sneak in and I missed? Somebody's saying hi to Far. I don't want to miss. Oh, how did I miss Far? I'm going through my comments too fast. I was trying to get caught up. There's Far. Hello, Far, all the way from Australia, and our membership giving queen. Always good to have Miss Far here. She is a wonderful human being. Sorry I missed you. I was just scrolling through comments too fast to get caught up. So we can get on because we're already almost 2 hours in here. That's all right. I got all the time that you guys have. Let me get back down to where I was. Vid says one of the victims' stepdads who've been abusive. Yes, I think from everything I've read that Hobbs here did most definitely have a history of some not so good tendencies with the kids or with Stevie. Miss Charlotte is coming with the knowledge tonight. She says the problem with identity is the word. It's Latin meaning item or item or identical, not similar or alike, but absolutely the same. Anything that is the same has a law associated, Aristotle's law of logic. So you're talking about the what they say about the DNA, that it is similar to, not identical, but microscopically similar to. No, that was Olivia said, wasn't it Hobbs who had his teeth extracted and acted? Ellie revealed one of the boys had bite marks. No, that was John Mark Byers. John Mark Byers had his teeth extracted after the boys were killed. And he had an excuse or a reason for it. I don't remember what it was, but yeah, that was Byers, John Mark Byers, that had his teeth removed. Yes, I did too. Apparently at like 3:00 my time, Dave did a update on the trop. He, aside from doing true crime, which he does a wonderful job on, he also does weather. Keeps a look at the weather, especially the tropics, the hurricanes and stuff and such. And I noticed, I was looking at my notifications this morning, and I noticed he had been at live, like I said, at 3:00, around 3:00 my time, and I was totally snoozing at that time. But I'm always, if I miss Dave in his lives, I'm always on Replay Crew. You are so welcome, and thank you for, you're an angel. You're an angel. Oops, excuse me. Okay, Miss Charlotte says biology throws Aristotle's law to the ground a bit. Anything that is itself cannot be something else at the same time. The law of contradiction, to be identical, it must be exactly the same. Thank you, Miss Charlotte. Uh-oh. I'm about to get out the, you guys get the moo cow. Thank you, Miss Vid, $4.99 super chat. Hop aboard. Was that this? The money wave started from Ohio. Thank you so much. Thank you, Vid. Hold on, you get your moo cow. Let me find the moo cow. Where is he at? There he is. Thank you so much. Thank you, Vid. That is very much appreciated. Absolutely. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Absolutely appreciate all the memberships, all the donations. Goes right back into the channel to pay for which I don't, I do not have as you can tell, I do not have a fancy setup here because to me, the most important thing is if I have the tools just to get the information out. But I do pay the basic cheapest plan on StreamYard just to have enough hours to do my live streams. And I pay the basic cheapest plan on one video editor that I use. And that's it. And then just general upkeep on my computers and things of that nature. So yeah, anything, most 99% of everything donated goes right back into the channel. So thank you so much. Thank you, Vid. Olivia says, watch Hobbs on Paradise Lost. Yes. I don't know if there's sorry, once again, I'm sweating again. Hobbs, yeah, to me, I'm not saying, but I'm just saying, Hobbs has always been a little sketchy in my opinion. Now, as far as, people, especially when the second installment of the Paradise Lost trilogy came out, I believe is when John Mark Byers did all his crazy antics. To me, I think he was putting on the show, and he was encouraged to put on the show by Berlinger and the other dude, whoever it was that was doing the made for good TV. Yeah, to me, in my opinion, Hobbs has been a little sketchy. But once again, just because you're somebody, I think he's sketchy does not, didn't mean anything. It's all right. I get confused too, Olivia. I can't keep them straight. I'm still trying to remember if this happened in 93 or 95. Because there's so many cases that I follow from here in Arkansas that is in the 90s, within a few years of each other. We got this case, we got Morgan Nick case, we got the Melissa Witt case, all in like 93, 94, 95. So I have to stop and think of what year exactly these things happen, these cases happen. Thank you, thank you. Paula says, watch the interaction between Jacoby and Mark Byers in Paradise Lost. Yeah. Now I haven't watched, and I have watched all three of them because that's back when they first came out. It's back when I still had HBO on satellite. So we watched all of them numerous times. But now I don't have HBO anymore. I couldn't afford it, so I just got rid of it. All the movie channels, HBO Stars, all whatever. And I don't know where. Apparently, all the streaming services that I have that are either free or that I pay just the basic cheapest plan on, I have not been able to find any of the original, the Paradise Lost trilogy anywhere to go back, because I want now, with being older and having studied it more and looked at all sides, I do want to go back at some point if I can find them and watch all three of those again, just to pick up on little things. But when I originally watched them, I did notice the look between Jacoby and Mark Byers. Thank you so much, ma'am. It's not just me. It takes all of us. But thank you. Fritzy is here. I hope I'm saying that. Is it Fritzy or Fritzl? I'm sorry if I've been pronouncing it wrong the whole time. It may be Fritzl, Fritzl Garage. Watching from Poland, another one of my OGs, been with me since the beginning, a great supporter. Thank you so much for being here. Uh-oh. Miss Farr is at it. $2 Australian. Thank you so much. Wait a minute. You get your moo cow too. Just like Mr. Steve has his blue light. Thank you so much, Miss Farr. It's very, so very kind of you. Absolutely. I appreciate it. Oh, trying to get back down to, I didn't mean to click on that comment, but that Gail said that looks like Stern with a cowboy hat. You talking about the old Jacoby's hat there? Yeah. And to me, that hat, if anybody likes Bon Jovi, Richie Sambora used to wear a hat, especially when Wanted Dead or Alive came out. He would wear a hat like that. And I think it looks much better on Richie than it does on old Jacoby there. It's just my opinion, though. All right. Yep, Poland is in the house. I'm so honored and humbled to have people from everywhere. So we have not just the U.S., we have Fritzl or Fritzy, and please correct me how to say your name if I've been saying it wrong the whole time. I always thought it was an I, but it might be an L. Anyway, so we have Poland represented, we have Canada represented, we have the UK represented, we have Australia represented. It's just so humbling and just so grateful for everybody around the world tuning in to my little horse and pony show here, as I call it. There's Aquarian One. Welcome. Hi, Southern Gal and everyone in chat. Welcome. Always good to have Aquarian here. Get caught up. Fritzl says it is 5:20 a.m. in Poland, getting ready for work and breakfast. Bless your heart. Thank you for dropping in for a little bit while you're getting ready to go to work and having your breakfast. Yes, absolutely. We always have a wonderful, wonderful crowd in here. Absolutely. Far loves my cow. I think everybody loves my moo cow. And my moo cow is thanks to Sunshine at Mind of Monsters. She made that for me, along with my wonderful background that I use, which is covered up. Hold on, let me remove myself in the slideshow for a minute. So for anybody who's not seen the background. That is my background. I love it, with my dumpster fire in the middle that Miss Sunshine made for me. I love it so much. And like I said, she's the one that did the moo cow gift, my cash cow, as some people call it. Olivia loves the cow. Yep, I love my cow too. You're most welcome, Aquarium. Thank you, Olivia says the background looks great. Yes, like I said, thank you to Miss Sunshine. All right, so I am, let me get that comment down so I can see what I'm reading. So that was, I was going to actually have some stuff. I almost forgot, I had some stuff to read. We'll do Terry Hobbs. I'm going to turn my cam off while I'm reading here so I can get me a drink. So I'm just going to take a listen or a look, a listen. I'm going to read. You'll have to listen to me reading. Some information, background, some history on Terry Hobbs, and this comes from the a WikiFandom site. I don't know if you guys have ever visited the WikiFandom site, but it has some interesting, usually pretty accurate information altogether. It's kind of like Wikipedia, but I guess I don't know. It's called WikiFandom. I don't know why they came up with that name, but anyway. So about Terry Hobbs. Terry Wayne Hobbs was born on May 21st, 1958. And in 1993, he was married to Pamela Hobbs. He was the stepfather of Stevie Branch. Terry was born in northern Arkansas. He grew up in the Ozark Mountain region of the state. He was one of 4 children. He came from a strict and religious family. His father, Joe Dean Hobbs, was a minister at the Apostolic Pentecost Church. And now this is another thing where people kind of think, because I'm not going to be graphic, but we've all heard, or anybody who follows this case has heard about the mutilation or skinning of some parts of at least one of the boys. So people have mentioned the fact that Terry's father became a skilled butcher while he was in the military. He used this knowledge to open the restaurants. So people equate, well, if his father was a butcher, maybe he taught Terry to be a butcher and to be proficient with knives, and so that might come in. Another reason that might come into play with Terry Hobbs being a suspect or a person of interest. Just gonna. Vid says she loves the cash cow sound. Just to try to keep up with your comments a bit while I'm reading on my phone. I'll try not to push the wrong button and put anybody in timeout or put the whole thing into a dumpster fire. Thank you. Dandy says hashtag no dumpster fires tonight. I will do my best, Dandy, to not put us into a dumpster fire. Yeah. Chris says that Jacoby's hat looks like Crocodile Dundee's hat. Yep. So, Aquarian says, thank you, Charlotte. Southern Guy, there are some sick people in this world. Absolutely. Unfortunately. All right. So back to Terry Hobbs. Where did I leave off? Okay. So, though the family was well-to-do, Terry was having financial problems when the 3 children lives were taken in 1993. At the time of the homicides, Terry and Pam did also have a 4-year-old daughter together. Terry Hobbs was working for the Memphis Ice Cream Company. He was home during the evenings when his wife Pam worked a 4-hour shift at Catfish Island. Terry had returned home from his job and accompanied his wife to work. Upon arriving home with his younger daughter, he told police that he did not see Stevie anywhere. DNA testing in 2007 has identified a hair fragment found on Michael's bindings to be what they say consistent with Terry Hobbs. The type of DNA testing utilized pertains to mtDNA, which could be wrong, but I think that is maybe the mitochondrial DNA. I'm not sure. This testing, though not as conclusive as traditional DNA testing, can help to exclude suspects as potential donors of physical evidence. The DNA used for comparison purposes. So we were talking earlier about how they got Hobbs' DNA. The DNA used for comparison was taken from cigarette butts obtained from an ashtray. So apparently that was one of those, and I don't know if it was when they were interviewing him, because back then you could smoke inside still everywhere. So maybe, I know they did several interviews with him, so maybe they let him smoke while he was there, and that cigarette butts from there is what they used to get his DNA. Also in 2008, Terry entered into litigation with Natalie Maines, who's one of the chicks. over alleged libelous comments that she made. Judge Brian S. Miller dismissed the case and subsequently ordered Hobbs to pay legal fees incurred by the singer in the amount of over $17,000. So some of his criminal background. Terry Hobbs was 24 years old when he broke into the home. Now this is another thing that is very disturbing, obviously, just for the fact of the nature of the crime, but does give more credence, a little bit more credence and reason to know and believe that he does have violent tendencies. So when he was 24 years old, he did break into the home of a neighbor named Mildred French. Miss French reported that prior to the incident, she had gone to Hobbs's home after hearing what she believed to be a domestic dispute. A couple of months later, Miss French contacted the police and her landlord after Hobbs reportedly came into her home and grabbed one of her private parts, her lady parts. She yelled for him to get out of her home. She says, I was yelling for Terry to get out, and ultimately Terry ran out of my home and ran downstairs into his unit. The bathroom window over my tub was partially open, and my yelling could be heard from outside. I recall the man was outside across the street working in his yard. I believe that Terry intended to further assault and or harm me because his actions and demeanor indicated that was his goal. But I believe my continued yelling and screaming alarmed him and caused him to run off. At this time, I was afraid that Terry would SA harm, or even take my life. So yes, that is very good reason to, like I said, that incident just in itself is horrible and deplorable. And I don't know how he did not get. I don't know if he got charged, arrested, or anything for it. But that does show that he does have violent tendencies and tendencies of the SA nature. So, in November of 1994, more than a year after the homicides of Stevie, Michael, and Christopher, Hobbs again experienced trouble with the law after an altercation with his wife Pam's, wherein he reportedly, it was a DV situation. He actually shot his brother-in-law, Jackie Jr. Hicks, who was Pam's brother. Hicks came to the Hobbs residence after he was informed of this DV situation that occurred. Terry would later state that he pew-pewed Jackie Jr. in self-defense. Jackie did survive the shooting, but he died years later as a result of complications pertaining to his injuries that he got during the shooting. Hobbs was sentenced to 6 months in prison for aggravated assault. And in 2003, Terry Hobbs was arrested for possession of Mary Jane, and he was found guilty. So that is some of the background criminal history of Terry Hobbs. So yeah, he was, in my opinion, not a good guy. Definitely not a good guy, especially with the assault. The assault of Miss French. That because it said he grabbed her breast, and that she believes, and I believe too, that he probably had much more intended that he was going to do. And luckily, like she said, her window was open, she was screaming, and somebody working outside heard, and I think came in and deterred, scared Hobbs off. It's scary stuff. Yes, that vid says, okay, so that's what a dumpster fire is. Yes, that is the the running theme and jokes throughout my live streams is that at any moment, hold on, at any moment it could turn into at any moment it can turn into a dumpster fire. Oh, get back down to where I was. Sorry, I carried a bunch of heavy, or not a bunch, but a couple of the orders I did today had like the 24 packs of bottled water, and those get a little bit heavy for an old gal like me to be toting around. But anyway, okay, so Dan, I don't know who's talking, but Dandy says yes. Make sure you have all messages and not top messages on the YouTube side, so you see all the comments and chat. Absolutely. Okay, talking about antennas. Yes, Gail says he's a disgusting, nasty jerk. I agree with you. Horrible, absolutely. Okay, thank you, Miss Charlotte says yes, mtDNA is mitochondrial DNA. Thank you, and that comes from the mother. Yes, absolutely. He grabbed her lady bits. Yes, her top lady bits. Now he could have, and if he didn't, he was most likely going to grab some other lady bits, but fortunately he got interrupted and it didn't go that far. I mean, what he did was awful. What he did do was awful, but yes, Chris says Hobbs is a scary, sick man. I agree with you 100%. And also, yeah, Chris says makes me wonder how many other things he got away with. Absolutely. See, and because whenever he's never been charged with any homicides, he's been charged with different offenses, substance offenses, and things of that nature. And I don't know. Once again, I'm sorry if me messing with this with the mic is making that scratchy sound, but it was all tangled up. I'm wondering if there are other women or possibly younger, because there are some that say that the West Memphis crime was of a SA nature, although I don't, none of the boys showed signs of SA, but now that does not mean there are different forms of SA. Some forms of SA do not leave any noticeable marks or anything. But that would be interesting to know if there are any other women or out there that he possibly could have assaulted. And I'm saying he did. It's just pure speculation, rabbit hole for a minute. That possible. Or if there are any, it's not that I've ever come across any other unsolved homicides around that area, the West Memphis area. Or maybe where even he grew up in the Ozark. So it would be interesting to know. All right, I think I'm caught up in comments. So, all right, so I read that about Terry Hobbs. Let me make sure I didn't have anything. I keep forgetting I had stuff bookmarked to read from. No, I think the next thing I have is on John Mark Byers. So next we do come to John Mark Byers, who was married to Melissa Byers. Now I'm gonna have to do a whole video on. Now, John Mark Byers is deceased. He actually, I'm trying to think of how long ago it was. He was killed in a car accident. I don't think it's been too awful long, maybe 2 or 3 years ago. He was killed in a vehicle accident. But he has also been another one that's been speculated, about maybe having something to do with it. But to me, and we're going to read some in the article. Let me get it going. The article of John Mark Byers. To me, what I'm more interested in is that his wife, Melissa, and John Mark was Christopher Byers' stepfather. Melissa was Christopher's mother. To me, Melissa Byers, because she has passed as deceased. To me, her death, I want to know more about that, because to me that is a whole lot more suspicious than anything he might have. People think he, may think about him regarding the West Memphis case, but to me, now I'm not saying, that he did anything, but if anybody's read about Melissa Byers' death, and we're going to read a little bit about it here, but I'm going to do once again a supplemental video on her death. To me, I want to know that, to me, is more suspicious than anything he might have had to do in this case. Let's see, I'm going to turn off my cam while I'm reading. Hold on. So John Mark Byers, sometimes only known as Mark Byers, he was born on March 8th of 1957 in Tree, Arkansas. He's described that he was 6'5", approximately 238 pounds. He is one of 4 children. Apparently he had 2 sisters and a brother, and then him. His parents are both deceased. His father was described as a 32nd degree Mason and a member of the Scottish Rite. And I think I've heard of, obviously, of the Masons, but I never heard of the Scottish Rite. I don't know if I'm assuming it's connected to the Masons in some way. But John Mark was himself a master of ceremonies at the Masonic Lodge that he belonged to in 1991. Prior to marrying Melissa Defer, Mark was married to Sandra Byers. He had 2 biological children with Sandra, a boy and a girl. By 1989, he was married to Melissa, and he did have a number of criminal charges against him relating to his treatment of his former wife and children. And we'll go into that when we get into his criminal background. So apparently, his first wife, Sandra, did report concerns that she felt he was involved in the West Memphis homicides to Gary Gitchell, which is chief detective or whatever he was with the Memphis PD. And this is according, it was probably in Mara Leverett's book, Devil's Knot. So his criminal history before May of 1993, prior to the homicides in 93, Mark had criminal charges relating to the use of terroristic threats, grand theft, and substance use. One of the threats pertained to a domestic dispute between Mark and his first wife, Sandra Byers. In 1988, it was alleged that he threatened her life and assaulted her with an electronic stunning device. He was 30 years old when he accumulated this charge, and he was 35 when Judge David Burnett, who resided over, I believe, I don't know if it was both trials, but I believe Burnett was the judge in Damien and Jason's trials. I'm not sure about Jesse's, because Jesse's trial was separated from Damien and Jason. So Judge Burnett expunged that charge from his records. Despite the record having been expunged, documents detailing the charges were found at the Crittenden County courthouse by journalist Mara Leverett. In 1973, the parents of Mark called the police, claiming that their son was threatening them with a butcher knife. This incident took place in his home of Mark Tree in Arkansas. In October of 1990, the owners of a jewelry store that Byers had previously worked for pressed charges against him for allegedly stealing $65,000 in jewelry. The police did not arrest Mark, and so the owners took the complaint to the civil courts. They filed a lawsuit against Byers and another couple, and in 1991, Byers was ordered by the court to return the jewelry to the owners. In July of 1992, Byers was arrested for, quote, conspiring to sell the coke, and with carrying a dangerous weapon. He was booked in county jail in Memphis, and he was placed into the custody of the U.S. Marshal Service. Shortly before the homicides in December of 92, Byers again faced criminal charges regarding $11,000 in stolen Rolex watches. Detective Brinridge and Mike Allen were contacted by the United Parcel UPS about the matter, reporting that the watches had been delivered to Byers, and he was denying that the shipment occurred. This matter had not been settled by the time that the three boys' lives were taken in May of 93. Byers eventually confessed to receiving the watches and selling them to a chiropractor in another town. Brent Davis made the recommendation that he not be prosecuted, but he was asked to pay about $7,400 in restitution, which would allow him to avoid criminal prosecution. So criminal background after May of 1993, apparently there was none. Oh, I thought this had something about, I'm going to have to find Melissa Byer. I'm going to have to look that up. So Melissa passed away 3 years after the boys were murdered. Details of her death and investigation can be found here. Let me click on it. 1 second. Okay, so Melissa Byers. Because to me, like I said, this is more suspicious as far as John Mark Byers goes, is more suspicious than the West Memphis case. So Melissa was born on January 15th, 1956. She died of undetermined causes on March 29th of 96. She was the biological mother of Chris Byers and Ryan Clark. Obviously, we know she was married at the time in 93 to John Mark Byers. Okay, so this is the account of her death. So Melissa and John were having problems in their marriage in 1996. Melissa left Mark to live with her parents, and she had only gone back to living with Mark for 2 to 3 weeks before she passed away. Melissa's return to the home coincided with her son's, Ryan. Ryan had been living with his biological father for the past 6 months. Norm Metz, the neighbor living at 73 Skyline, did confirm that Ryan came back to live with his mother and father 2 weeks before March 29th. Melissa was worried about an upcoming trial involving a robbery of $20,000 worth of goods and property. And the neighbor said that prior to her death, she quote, seemed to be irritated and had a bad attitude. So on March 29th, 1996, at around 3:30 p.m., Ryan and his girlfriend named Amanda were dropped off from school at the Byers residence. Ryan stated that he knocked on the door to his parents' room. They both answered him. He wanted to watch television with Amanda, and he said they went into his bedroom to listen to music. John Mark called to Ryan twice. The second time that he called, he requested a towel. Ryan brought the towel into the master bedroom where he observed his mother cough and throw up. Ryan asked if his mother was all right. Byers told him he did not know. Ryan said that Byers then began CPR on Melissa. He told Weiser, I don't know who that is, that the neighbor, Norm, came into the bedroom to help his stepfather. At this point, Ryan said he could not, quote, take it anymore. And so he and Amanda left. They drove around. They got gas. They bought sodas. And they continued to drive around until evening when they went to Ryan's grandfather's house. John Mark did give a voluntary statement to Weiser. I'm assuming that's one of the detectives or law enforcement. He said that he and Melissa spent the afternoon in bed, beginning at 12 p.m. Wasser wrote, quote, they went to bed, they spent some time talking, they had their relations, and then went to sleep. At approximately 2:30 p.m., they went to sleep. Byers said that they heard Ryan knock on the bedroom door around 3:20 p.m., and then they both went back to sleep. Byers got up to get some milk and asked if Melissa wanted anything. She did not respond. He stated that when he touched her, she as he put it, did not feel right. He got a wet rag and wiped her face before feeling for a pulse. And when there wasn't one, he did start CPR. She threw up some liquid. Byers said that he called Norm, the neighbor, and asked him to call an ambulance. He stated that he continued CPR until the EMTs arrived and took over. Norm, the neighbor, gave a statement to investigator Stan Witt, stating that he received a phone call from John Mark Byers at around 5 p.m. When Byers informed him of Melissa's condition, Metz, the neighbor, asked why he had not called an ambulance. So why would John Mark Byers call the neighbor instead of calling 911 first? That's a question I have. Byers asked the neighbor to come over to the house. Metz, Norm, the neighbor, observed Ryan and his girlfriend on the couch. Apparently they were nude. He went to the bedroom and saw Melissa on the floor. She was completely naked. Norm checked for a pulse and told Byers to perform CPR. Melissa gurgled up some fluid, and Norm called for an ambulance. Norm had to go back to his own home to make the call because he did not have his glasses. He said that when he returned, Ryan and John Mark were attempting to put pants on Melissa. He asked John Mark if Melissa was deceased. He advised that John Mark advised no. And Ryan had a funny, eerie look on his face, according to him. He advised that he went and he got a towel and told Mark to keep doing CPR, and also told Ryan to take his girlfriend home and to get back to the house. At approximately 5:30 p.m., an ambulance responded to Cherokee Village, where Melissa was reported as being unresponsive. Norm stated that when the EMTs showed up, quote, Ryan kept mumbling something and he did not seem coherent. He advised that when he left, he almost flipped his car over. Because he left so fast, spinning gravel. Fred Wasser from the Sharp County Sheriff's Department was filling his patrol vehicle with fuel when he heard the radio call that an ambulance had been dispatched in his immediate area. He drove to the scene. By the time he arrived on scene, there were several responders. His report indicated that two EMTs were performing CPR on Melissa when he arrived. She was in the bedroom on the floor. She was laying on her back and not breathing. Wasser noted that there was a glass containing white liquid on the nightstand located to the right of the bed. On the left side of the bed, there was a glass of clear liquid. John Mark asked Wasser if Melissa was alive, and he responded that the best way he could help would be to let the EMTs do their job. Byers stated that he would wait in the kitchen. Wasser helped the EMTs move Melissa into a backboard so she could be placed into the ambulance and taken to the hospital. And John Mark asked to ride in the ambulance with his wife. Wasser asked Chief Rose and Officer Slayton to secure the Byers residence while he escorted the ambulance to the hospital. Wasser remained with Byers while his wife was treated by physicians. He and John Mark were informed that Melissa was deceased at 6:30 p.m. Byers was asked if he wanted an autopsy performed. He told Wasser that he didn't know what to do. Wasser advised that it was unusual for a 40-year-old woman to pass away, and an autopsy would be recommended to determine the cause. Byers did agree to the autopsy. He signed a form giving consent. Wasser described the subsequent events as follows. Quote, after signing the request, he apparently passed out and fell towards the counter. I grabbed his arm and shoulder and guided his body to the floor. The hospital staff came to his aid, and I excused myself to the visitor's room. Wasser met with Sheriff Powell and other law enforcement to discuss searching the Byers residence. It was agreed that a search should be conducted, and Byers was approached. He did agree to a search, and he did sign a permission form at 6:55 p.m. Byers asked Wasser to accompany him outside so he could have a cigarette. The two met with Byers' neighbor, the neighbor Norm, who expressed concern over Byers' stepson, Ryan, as he had not returned to the residence after reportedly leaving abruptly while Melissa was being worked on. In the statement given by Metz, he said that John Mark told him he thought Melissa had OD'd. Byers said he was concerned that, quote, they were going to accuse him of smothering her. Now, why would he say that? I mean, that's just not something that, if one of my family members passed away from a possible OD or whatever the case may be, why was his concern that he was going to be accused of smothering her? So please let me know in chat, and I'm going to hurry up and finish reading this, but I just wanted to, for anybody who hadn't heard the story of how Melissa Byers passed, to me, like I said, to me, this is very, very sketchy, red flaggy. Metz also said that Byers stated, quote, that he did not kill her and that he loved her. So, once again, if I had a loved one that passed away under whatever circumstances, my first concerns would not be that I was going to be accused of taking the life of my family member, of smothering her, and then he stated, quote, that he did not kill her and that he loved her. Now, I'm not saying, people obviously react in horrible situations like this, do react differently and say things, there could be completely innocent, but to me, that just would not be the first words out of my mouth. So Norm, the neighbor, took Byers back to his home, but the two men were advised that no one was to enter the residence during the search. Wasser, who's one of the detectives or law enforcement, assisted in photographing Melissa at the hospital and bagging evidence. And when this was complete, Wasser was asked to return to Byers' home because he had seemed to gain John's trust. When Wasser returned to the Byers' home, he was informed that Ryan Clark still had not returned. Byers said that he was worried because he had asked Ryan to take his girlfriend Amanda home and come right back. By 9:30 p.m., Ryan still was not home. Wasser noted in his report that Byers was sitting outside of his home with a woman by the name of Mandy. She was described as being a, quote, friend of the family. A later interview with a woman identified as Fern revealed that Mandy was Byers' girlfriend. So that's another red flag. And she said that Byers and Mandy had been, that John Mark Byers and Mandy had been hiding substances in the trunk of Byers' cars. Efforts to locate Ron Clark were unsuccessful that evening. Ron's biological father and stepmother were contacted and informed of Melissa's death. They were asked to call the sheriff's department if Ron showed up at their house. The following day, Wasser visited Byers' home, and he was informed of Melissa's recurring substance habit. Byers stated that Melissa preferred to use Dilaudid. Byers also said that Ron had spent the night at John Mark's brother-in-law's house. The brother-in-law brought Ron back to the home the day after Melissa passed away. Wasser asked to take a statement from Ron, but was told that he was out with friends. He returned to the Byers home on March 31st to interview Ron. Ron gave his statement and said that Melissa's purse, which he said she had left in the back seat of the family car, was at his grandfather's house. So why would her purse be at the grandfather's house? He said he and his grandfather looked through the purse, but did not remove anything. Just my opinion, but I have a hard time believing that part. In November of 1997, a confidential informant known as James told investigator Stan Witt that he believed that John Mark had been giving Melissa pills the entire day that she passed away on March 29th. The person taking the statement felt that James was implying he was there and witnessed this. James stated that Byers had intentionally took the life of Melissa. In a subsequent interview, James stated that he had gotten close to Ryan, who was John Mark's stepson, while at Highland High School. He claimed that Ryan told him on a number of occasions that his stepfather had been in on, no, this is just what he said. The friend claimed that Ryan told him on a number of occasions that John Mark Byers had been in on the homicides of Stevie, Michael, and Christopher. James was asked point blank if he knew for sure, or if he knew that John Mark had took the life of Melissa, and he said, "No, I cannot, but I believe he did it in my mind." Sorry, guys, I know this is long, but I'm trying to get through it. In December of 1997, Mandy, who I believe was Ryan's girlfriend, told investigators Witt that while she was at the Byers residence on the day that Melissa passed away, John Mark told her that he hoped the investigators would not find the 3 syringes that were located in the bottom drawer of a dresser in the bedroom. Mandy said that later that night, Byers located the syringes and threw them away after police were done searching his home. She stated that she had no reason to believe that John Mark was responsible for the death of Melissa, but that she felt that she should come forward with the information about the syringes. She stated that she lived with Byers and, quote, discovered that he was nothing but a pathological liar. So that is also a very interesting observation. Mandy concluded her statement by discussing how Byers told her that he had burned down Brenda Atwood's trailer. She alleged that he told her how he had put gasoline all around the trailer and then used a cigarette as a fuse. So that goes back to, I think it was the second Paradise Lost, was their scene where he was burning something, because I know that was also the one where he was shooting the pumpkins or whatever it was, and I think there was a scene where he was setting something with fire. She advised he told her a cigarette made an excellent fuse, that you could light it, and due to slow burning, it would give you time to get away. She advised that Byers told her that Melissa had knowledge of this, and she is deceased now, and deceased people can't talk. Mandy also stated that Ryan had assisted in the burglary of the Atwood home. On December 17th of 1997, a man identified as Earls gave a statement to investigator Witt. He said he was at the Byers residence on March 29th. He arrived at the home around 1 p.m. and, quote, partied with them, drinking Crown Royal and taking Valium Xanax. And then he saw Mark Byers with a sandwich baggie of K4 Dilaudid. He said he left the home around 3 p.m. when Ryan and his girlfriend were at the home. He did not know if John Mark had anything to do with Melissa's death, and said that everyone seemed to be, quote, everyone seemed to be happy and jolly during the partying time. So the coroner reported an autopsy summary. The coroner reported that John Mark stated that he had intercourse with Melissa around 3 p.m. On March 29th. The two reportedly fell asleep. Byers woke to find Melissa unresponsive. The coroner noted that rigor mortis was not present, but checked yes on lividity. Just trying to get to anything pertinent. She was wearing a pair of panties. 2 bandaged needle puncture wounds were described. Other needle puncture wounds were present in the groin area, on the wrist, and at the feet. Melissa had older scars on her wrist. Recent injuries included 3 1-inch blue-gray contusions on her right upper arm. 6 blue-gray contusions ranging from half an inch to 2 inches were present on the left upper arm. More bruising was present on the superior and anterior left upper shoulder. 2 contusions ranging from a quarter of an inch to half an inch were noted as being located on Melissa's skull. No semen was found. A drug screen tested positive for hydromorphone, which is Dilaudid, but negative for alcohol. The final cause of death was listed as undetermined. In the opinion portion of the autopsy report, it was stated that, quote, no specific anatomical cause of death was found. Melissa's heart was reportedly enlarged, and her bunch of her atrioventricular node was narrowed. The bruises and her scalp wound were noted, but the medical examiner did not opine as to how they occurred. The hydrocodone was detected in the urine, but not in the blood or the liver. She did have traces of medications used to treat seizures and PTSD in her system. There was Mary Jane in the urine. The results suggest that Melissa had not been using hydrocodone for an extended length of time. Otherwise, the drug would have been in her blood and liver. Hydrocodone is a potent narcotic which is a dangerous substance even at therapeutic levels, but repeated toxicological studies of the blood and liver were negative. The presence of this drug in the urine indicates recent use, and it cannot be ruled out that this substance did not play a contributory role in death, with the delay between the toxic reaction, blah, blah, blah. The other substances found in the blood were at low or therapeutic levels, which have not been associated with sudden death. I know that was a lot to get through, guys, but I just wanted to, like I said, to me, this is way more suspicious than anything he might have been involved in the boys' case. Sorry, I'm slurping on my drink. I apologize. Let me get back down in your comments. Okay, thank you. Going back to Gail says, my dad was a Mason. They are Christian Scottish rites. A part of this, you work your way up to the Shriners. They do charity work and help crippled children. Excellent. Yes, I've heard of the Shriners. Our Shriners are where I live do excellent work. And they used to, the Shriners, I don't know if they still do it now because I don't think we have a circus, excuse me, a lot of circuses that come to town. But back when I was growing up, every year the Shriners put on a circus or hosted sponsored a circus, and all the everything they made from it went to the children charities. Uh-oh. Chris says he has found something on David Jacoby that interests him. Well, do tell, do tell. That's what we're here for, to discuss information. Paula says that's an interesting fact that I didn't know that he was a Mason. I didn't either until well, back in, when this first happened, I didn't know. But when I started researching and reading everything I could get my hands on about this case is when I read that. Yes, Aquarian. Yes, that's what it was. The Shriners Hospital. Shriners. I can't talk. Shriners Children Hospital. Yes, everything. Like I said, for the circus show, was given to the Shriners Children's Hospital. So, Chris, are you talking about Jacoby? Did Jacoby work with Hobbs at the ice cream company? See, I knew, that they were friends. Hung out together, played. I think Jacoby, or maybe both of them, or maybe it was Hobbs. One or both of them played guitar, so they'd hang around together and play guitar and sing or do whatever. But I did not know that they worked at both worked at the ice cream company. That is very interesting. Okay, Chris says, look up David Jacoby on Google and search for Declaration of David Jacoby. Yes, and let me see if I can find. Hold on one second, guys. Let me see if I can find quickly the that Mike Callahan site that has all the information and all the documents. Because I don't think I have it. Hold on, let me put in a new search term. Here it is. All right, I'm gonna put the let me copy the. I'm gonna copy the link and put it in the chat. That way, you guys can click on it if you want to. And I will also do a community post. But this is an amazing site for all the legal documents, court transcripts, trial transcripts, interviews, anything anything that you would ever need or want to know as far as legal official documents is on that site there. It's callahan.mysite.com. Gail says Scottish Rites also hospital. They raise money to help children with birth defects, born with one arm or bad legs, other deformities. Excellent. Oh, thank you. Olivia beat me to it. Oh, well, she got the David Jacoby. Yeah, I think I put the home, which you can get it. You can get to it from the link that Olivia put in. But yeah, I put the homepage link for that Callahan site. Absolutely. That's what I thought. Olivia says, what a weird thing to say, smothering her sounds weird to me. Yeah, that would not be my first. I mean, I might, maybe you could say, I didn't kill, I didn't kill her. I loved her. But why would he be so specific to say, I'm afraid that they're going to say that I smothered her? There has to be a reason, a not so good reason. Like, once again, I'm not saying he did anything, but it's just very, very suspicious and red flaggy that he would specifically say smothering. I just don't understand the smothering part. That's what got me. Hurry up and get caught up in comments. So we got a couple more things to get to. Some more suspects. Yes, that also. Olivia says, "Holy moly!" Quote: "Deceased people can't talk." Telling you, if Miss Marion was here or Miss Barbara, they would. Chris usually has them going too. There would be red flags galore in the chat. I'm telling you. Yes, I agree. Paula says, I found John Mark in Paradise Lost to be one of the most vocal of the parents and the tears to be the most genuine. Yes, in my opinion, this is once again just my opinion, as far as the West Memphis, this case goes, West Memphis, once again, we don't know for sure, but he'd be at the bottom of my list. Like I said, to me, the death of his wife is lots of red flags in that one, in my opinion, much more than in this case. Yep, I've heard that. Gail says, have you heard that old saying, dead men tell no tales? Absolutely. That's a good point, too. Vid says, I know it's a different case, but testimony from the grave was a good thing to put Drew Peterson away forever for unaliving. Yes, his ex, Kathleen Savio. Yep. Oh, Vid says, no apologies needed. You've been doing a lot of talking. Oh, you talking about me slurping on my drink? Yeah, my throat gets so dry. Yes, Farr says it is very sus. Melissa's unaliving or death, if that's what you're talking about. Yep. Yes, I know. I love those Shriners commercials with the little kids. I love those. Makes me cry, but then it makes me happy too. I guess it's a happy cry. Oh, Miss Gail's got to go. Hold on, come in. Oh, where'd she go? There she is. Miss Gail says, hey, all of you precious souls, this live is great, but this old gal is tired. Good night. Good night, Miss Gail. Thank you so much for being here. Always a pleasure to have Miss Gail here. She's a wonderful, wonderful human, wonderful supporter, wonderful member. We always, everybody loves Miss Gail. Thank you so much. That is too kind of you, Miss Charlotte. Thank you. I just do my best. Do my best to get up here in the front of this camera most of the time. I know I turn it off every once in a while, but I just do my best. I do my best. So thank you very much, Miss Charlotte. Missy said, interesting. She's never heard some of these things. Yeah, I'm telling you, there's lots and lots in this case. And that's just like the tip of the iceberg. I'm telling you, if you get any of you get a chance to go to this Callahan site, you will find out some. I mean, I don't claim to know every single tidbit of this case, but I know a lot about this case. But when I went to this Callahan site after I watched that Burn After Reading a video that they did, on this case. I went to that site and I haven't even gotten through half of it. And it's just mind blown every time about some of the things that's in there. And this is all, it's not speculation, not rumor. It is all based on official court documents, law enforcement documents, trial transcripts, interview transcripts. It's all official documents. So it will blow your mind. Yes. Miss Charlotte says, but their bodies do. Thank goodness we use the whole body to speak to us. Tattoos are fabulous. Even if you have a piece of the remains without a tattoo, it will tell you there is one. Yes. I've always said, because when I do my missing or any missing person that I share, if it gives any, of course, obviously the physical description, but any scars that it names, tattoos, any identifying markers, I always include that in the information, because that can be scars, tattoos. It can be so, I should say implants. That can be, those can be helpful too, but any kind of like medical rods, inserts, anything and everything is helpful in helping to jog somebody's memory about a scar or tattoo that somebody may have seen. And it's also, depending on what condition the remains are in, tattoos and scars are also very helpful in helping to identify remains. Absolutely. I never thought about that. Vid says, almost makes me think she was discovering he liked men and boys and was unalive for that. It's possible. Far says she's learning too. I'm glad we're all learning together, because I learn something new every time I could read a piece of information 20 times, and on the 21st time of reading it, I'm like, wait, I didn't notice that. I learned something new. So thank you. All right, let's see who we got next. Okay, so now we have, these are the two gentlemen. I'm gonna try to hurry and get through this. We're just a little over 3 hours. This is Christopher Morgan, I believe on the right or on the left, and on the right, I believe his name was Brian Holland. These are the two young men. They did live in West Memphis when this happened, but shortly after, maybe 2 or 3 days after, if I remember correctly, and please somebody correct me if I'm wrong, they took off to California. And I couldn't find a whole lot. I mean, I know there's information out there, but just for the purposes of this live, I just tried to find some basic information about them. So this, I'm gonna turn off my cam for a minute. This is some information about Christopher Morgan. Once again, is the picture on the left on the slide, and this is from a Tumbler.com site. It's very hard, except on the Callahan site. Obviously, there is some information about these two, but this kind of sums up kind of in a So Christopher Morgan was 19 years old at the time of the homicides of Stevie, Michael, and Christopher. A year prior to the homicides, he lived in the neighborhood of the victims, and he delivered ice cream. He had a nephew that used to play with Stevie, and he was close friends with Bobby D'Angelo, who was a friend of the Hobbs family. So he had somewhat of a connection, or at least knew the Hobbs family and the Branch family, because he had a nephew that played with Stevie, and he was friends with a guy named Bobby, who was a friend of the Hobbs family. So the day after the bodies were found, he visited. Now this is interesting. The day after the boys were found, He visited the Hobbs home with his friend D'Angelo. What was the name? Bobby D'Angelo, and he helped move a refrigerator out of the house. A few days later, he left with a friend, the one on the right. I believe his name is Brian Holland. So a few days later, he left with Brian Holland to California. The Oceanside PD interviewed him, and they administered a polygraph exam in which the results did show deception. Now, once again, we know polygraph tests, lie detector tests are not 100% accurate. We know they can't be used in court, but they are a good tool for law enforcement to kind of, depending on what the outcome is, or can kind of give them an avenue to go down or to look into. So what was interesting, kind of maybe one of these coerced or trying to coerce, during the questioning, he confessed to the killings, saying, quote, I'm going to lie, I killed them, and all that other BS. I don't know how he did it. I don't know what he meant by he, or who he meant by he. So he immediately recanted and denied any involvement. The defense for Eccles and Baldwin did call him for testimony during their trial, to question him about his confession, but he maintained that he was not involved in the homicides. So that is a little bit about, and I tried to look for some information on Brian Holland, but I thought this Christopher, and like I said, in my opinion, these two would kind of, I don't know, they would maybe not be low on my list, maybe lower middle. I don't know. It's definitely interesting, and it could just been coincidence that he. I mean, because in a small town like West Memphis, basically, most everybody knows everybody for the most part. So, not really that suspicious that he did know both the Branch and Hobbs families. It's interesting, very interesting. And I don't know, I'm sure that he and Holland gave a reason. Well, I don't know if they ever did, gave a reason for their trip to California, but at the moment, my brain is so fried, I don't know. I don't remember what it was. All right, let's see what you guys got to say. Yep, that is true. Paula says Terry and Damien showed no emotion for the victims whatsoever. Terry stood or sat stone cold, while Pam cried. Yes. Yep, you're correct. Uh, Miss Paula also says Chris Morgan raises a lot of red flags for me. Yeah, like I said, to me, of the two of these, like I said, I couldn't find, which I didn't. I got such a late start on trying to get this information together that I didn't have time to do deep dive, but I will do, like I said, supplemental videos on to add, to do some digging on each of these people, alternate suspects. But yeah, Morgan would be, I would be, a little, he is definitely red flaggy. Charlotte said that we are seeing a lot of body modification lately, things you simply wouldn't expect on a skeleton. Welcome, GP. Oh, where you at? There you are. Nope, that's far. Hold on. Welcome, GP. Good to have you back. Says, hey, everyone, I'm late but listening. That's all right. Anything you missed, you can go back and watch on replay. Yes, Miss Farr says Chris Morgan is interesting. Yeah. He would be one of the ones I would put over here as maybe take a little bit of a closer look at, and see. Ice cream has come up a lot because we know that Terry worked for the Memphis Ice Cream Company, and then Chris, I believe, said that he read that Jacoby also worked for the ice cream company, and now we have Chris Morgan that delivered ice cream. And I don't know if it was the same company that Hobbs and Jacoby worked for, but that would be interesting to know. All right, so let me make sure that was all I had on these two. All right, let's see what we got next. So, Mr. Bojangles, this, to me, Mr. Bojangles is, almost really dumpster fired us, almost pushed the end stream button. Let me go back to the Wikipedia. To me, Mr. Bojangles is an interesting character, but to me, he is very low on the list of the alternate suspects. Okay, so Mr. Bojangles, he was given that name because he was seen, all this with him occurred in the Mr. Bojangles restaurant. So the sighting of a black male as a possible alternate suspect was implied during the beginning of the Jesse Miss Kelly's trial. And I'm going to try not to go into a tangent about how, even if this wasn't associated with this case, it could have been associated. He could have been hurt, or he could have hurt somebody else not related to this case. This was handled so atrociously, but we'll get to that. So he was brought up during Jesse Miss Kelly's trial. According to local West Memphis police officers, on the evening of May 5th, 1993 at 8:42 p.m., workers in the Bojangles restaurant located about a mile from the crime scene. So that's only kind of interesting thing. It was a mile from the crime scene, but in Robin Hood Hills reported seeing a black male who seemed, quote, mentally disoriented inside the restaurant's ladies' room. He was bleeding. He had brushed against the restroom walls, leaving blood on the walls. Officer Regina Meeks responded to the call, taking the restaurant manager's report through the drive-through window. She didn't even go inside. So like I said, even if this had nothing to do with this case, it had something to do with something. Either he was injured or possibly had got into a fight with somebody else was injured, went into the restroom, the blood was smeared all over the place. She couldn't even be bothered to go inside the restaurant to look and to call a CSI team to come take swabs or whatever. She just took a report through the drive-through window. So by then, the man, he had left. Police did not enter the restroom on that date. I think it was maybe the next day they finally went in and did take some swabs. But by then, and I think, and not to be too gross, I think fecal matter was also spread on the walls. They waited until the next day to go in and even look and do if they did any swabs. And I believe it might say here, yes, hold on, we'll get to that. So the day after the boys were found, the Bojangles manager named Marty, thinking there was a possible connection to the bleeding man, Mr. Bojangles, in the bathroom, reported the incident to police officers who then inspected the ladies' room, and this was the next day. The man was reportedly wearing a blue cast type brace on his arm that had white Velcro on it, which would have made it difficult to tie up and take the lives of 3 boys. Absolutely. King gave the officers a pair of sunglasses that he thought the man had left behind. The detectives did the next day take some blood samples from the walls and tiles of the restroom, but police detective Bryn Ridge testified that he later lost those blood scrapings. So even if he was involved in this case, once again, we have lost, misplaced evidence. And interestingly, a hair identified as belonging to a black male was later recovered from a sheet wrapped around one of the victims. Now, in my opinion, this hair that was found on a sheet, because when they take the bodies, they usually wrap them in a sheet and put them in a body bag. This hair could have easily come from one of the people that was wrapping, involved with the moving, So to me, that can be explained away, in my opinion. But please let me know what you guys think here in chat, or if you're watching on replay. Yeah, but like I said, the thing that bothers me most about the Mr. Bojangles is the way that it was handled, regardless of if it was, anyway. Took the initial report through the drive-through window, didn't even go in. The next day they went in, took a report, took some samples that were then lost. Anyway. So that's basically all, the relevant, important information about Mr. Bojangles. He has never been, I did read in an article that they questioned 2 men, 2 black males, just, to rule in or rule out if it was them. Both of them said it wasn't them. So that's what we have on Mr. Bojangles. Like I said, to me, he's, low on the list. Right, let me get back into comments. Ooh, we had a big batch of comments pop up. Let me get back down to where I was. Oh. Paula says, have you checked out Mind Shock yet? They raise a lot of great questions. No, I do have it in my save to watch later YouTube thingy. I think I do. Yes, I plan on watching that. GP says, if I remember right, there was 3 of them, and they ended up taking lives of 3. That is the question. Yes, three boys were killed. 9-year-old boys were killed. Stevie Branch, Michael Moore, Christopher Byers, Damien Eccles, Jesse Miss Kelly, and Jason Baldwin were initially arrested and convicted of the crimes. Damien was sentenced to the DP. Jason and Jesse were sentenced to life. They eventually took the Alford plea, and they were released from prison. So the debate has always been, did they do it or did somebody else do it? So that's kind of what we're discussing tonight. And if you weren't here earlier, GP, I do have a playlist of all the videos and live stream discussions we've done so far on on the different aspects of the case. So if you like, you can feel free to check it out. But yeah, tonight we're discussing the alternate suspects and alternate theories part of the case. The first discussion we did live was just the went over the crimes, the killing of the boys. I think the second one was just we took a little bit of a look at the boys, their lives, and the family members' lives just in general. So this is the third live discussion we've done, covering, and like I said, tonight we're talking about just alternate suspects, alternate theories that have come up over the years and at the time that this happened. Okay, so this Chris, excuse me, what was his name? Morgan. He worked at the same company that Jacoby and, oh, I apologize. My supper is backing up on me. So this, let me go back to him. Christopher Morgan there on the left, he worked at the same company. He did work at the same company that Jacoby and Hobbs did. So if that's true, that is even more interesting. That is even more interesting. Because once again, I'm going in just my opinion. We don't speculate or go down rabbit holes a lot here, but every once in a while, it's good to, as long as we don't go out into crazy world. So it's always been speculated that there had to be at least, well, one person with maybe a firearm could control 3 young boys, absolutely. But it's been speculated that it would have taken at least 2 people, maybe 3, to do what happened to the boys. And there was also 3 different kinds of knots were used to tie up the boys, which could be something, could be nothing. Sometimes the same person can tie a different knot, but just going out into a little bit into the rabbit hole, if it was 3 people, this would be 3 people here. You would have Jacoby, Hobbs, and this Morgan fella. They all worked at the same ice cream company. Just a thought. Like I said, just a theory. A little bit down the rabbit hole. But that's very interesting. I never knew that he worked for the same company. I didn't know that Jacoby worked for the same company. Yes, absolutely. Far says, what the F? Drive-through window. Yes, she literally just pulled up to the drive-through window to take this report, didn't go inside to look at all the blood and the possible other bodily fluids that were on the wall. They waited till the next day to come out and do an official report and to take swabs. Once again, the swabs were mysteriously lost. Mara Leverett, wrote a book called Devil's Knot, yes, which was about this case. And the movie Devil's Knot was based on the book that Mara Leverett wrote. Absolutely. That is a good point. Paula says, I think it's possible that he found the bodies. Do I think he unalived anyone? Not too sure. That's also, yes, also a possibility. Yeah. Yes, I have that song in my head. Vid says now I'm going to have that dang song, Mr. Bojangles, ringing through my head. Yeah, it's been going through. Every time I look at this case and the Mr. Bojangles, and I can't remember who sang that song. Somebody had to put it in chat, or I'll be forced to look it up because it'll drive me crazy. Chris says Bojangles is ex-military is what he's thinking. It's possible. See, but they, God, I wish they could have found him just to get his story about what happened while he was, bloody and what happened. I'm the same way. Mitzi says this case has always been puzzling to me. I normally get a vibe or feeling about who's the guilty party, but in this case, I've never had that. I usually have it figured out, but not this one. I'm the same way. Like I said, I always joke. I don't take it that lightly, but I always joke. Depending on what side of the bed I wake up in the morning on, and thinking about this case is which side I come down on who's guilty or who did it. There's just so many moving parts and so many things that so it drives me crazy. And I just, and I just want to know, obviously, the most important part of this case is Christopher, Michael, and Stevie getting justice for them, finding out for sure who did it, whether it be Eccles, Baldwin, or Miss Kelly, or somebody else, whether it be any of the people we talked about tonight, or somebody completely different. That we'll talk about a little bit here in a minute. But yes, it's just, and obviously me being from Arkansas, obviously it's a case close to my heart. But yes, it was definitely piss poor investigating. Absolutely. Oh, it's fine. Your language is fine. If YouTube wants to dock me for that, we're saying, the worst thing they could do is demonetize it, and I'm not worried about money. So, yes, it was poor investigating. In my opinion, very biased. That's one thing I will say in not defense, but in the case against it being Eccles, Miss Kelly, and Baldwin is they zeroed in on them because of things that were the way that true they did have a history of juvenile background, history of crime, juvenile background, and mental health issues. Definitely with Damien, but once again, Bible Belt, the era of satanic panic. And it didn't help that Steve Jones, who was, I don't know if he was Damien's parole officer, but he was a juvenile parole officer who knew who Damien was. And Steve Jones was the one who found the shoe, the first sign of the boys that led to them finding the boys. And after they found the boys, the first thing out of Steve Jones' mouth was, well, it looks like Damien has gone and killed somebody. I mean, if that's not biased, I don't know what is. That's just my opinion, though. Yep, absolutely. Far says Mr. Bojangles is low on my list with his arm and plastic. Yes, maybe possible that he did see something, and it is possible. I mean, because and we're going to get to. I'm trying to hurry up and get through. We're almost 4 hours in, but that's fine. As long as you guys are willing to hang in however long. The one thing they do say that we're going to get to about the Robin Hood Woods is that a lot of transients and substance users did go through this Robin Hood Woods where the boys were found. So I had a thought that Bojangles, like you said, didn't have anything to do with it. But he could have, if he was a transient or a drug user or whatever, had mental issues. He was one of those that went through the woods. He could have stumbled upon the crime scene and somehow, maybe checking on but the boys were submerged in water, but there was blood. They did find, there had to be blood. So maybe he did to get blood on him because it didn't say how much blood that he left in the restaurant. It is possible he could have stumbled upon the crime scene and that's how he got because they did say he did have mud on his pants also. So it's possible he could have stumbled upon the crime scene, and that, freaked him out. And then he ended up, because the Mr. Bojangles restaurant, I think, what did I say, was maybe a mile from where the boys were found. So it's possible he could have stumbled across the crime scene, or stumbled across somebody, whoever the offenders were, stumbled across them and maybe got into an alter. They had blood on them from doing the crime, and that's how he got blood on him. Just a thought. Just a thought. That is entirely possible. Yes, Vid says that was fixed investigating into this unfortunate case, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. West Memphis PD was so corrupt at that time. I mean, just corrupt, arrogant. Like I said before, for anybody that wasn't here at the time, before these crimes even happened, the West Memphis PD some of their officers were being investigated or looked into for missing substances, and I think maybe firearms that was missing out of the evidence storage area. So that is why, in my opinion, that is why they did not want the Arkansas State Police to come in to help with this investigation, because that's who was investigating the West Memphis PD, was the ASP. So definitely lots and lots of blunders, and blunders is an understatement, but you're most welcome. I don't know what you're thanking me for, but you're welcome. Mitzi says she is watching the interviews. I don't know which interviews. Hello, get a look-see. Good to see you here again. Says, hello, Southern Gal. Thank you for your dedication. Much appreciated. Absolutely. All of our dedication. All of our dedication, because you guys wouldn't show up to these live streams if you guys weren't dedicated to learning and sharing and bringing more awareness to these things. Oh, wait. So Morgan did not work for the same company. I'm confused. I'm sorry. I might have misunderstood. Oh, goodness. Okay. So it's okay. Miss Charlotte says she's listening now. It's nearly 6 a.m. Hopefully I'll be snoozing at 6 a.m., which is almost midnight here right now in my time. She needs to sneak out to the beehives and pop in a new frame or two before they wake up and turn me into a colander. How are the puppies doing? I know sometimes you say you're out on the beach running with the puppies, which always sounds delightful. Arlo Guthrie. Oh, you talking about Mr. Bojangles? Let me look that up. Hold on. Let me see. Mr. Oh, shoot. What did I do? Hold on. Maybe okay, so there's oh my goodness. Hold on. And I was just listening to this version that I'm going to talk about. No, what is it doing? What is it doing to me? Sammy Davis Jr. did a version of it. I think that is the, I love the Sammy Davis Jr. version of Mr. Bojangles. But apparently Nitty Gritty Dirt Band has done a version. And Sammy Davis Jr. is a version that I've always listened to, and I love Sammy Davis Jr. So I think the Sammy Davis Jr. version is the one that I've heard. I'll have to get on YouTube here when we get done, or at some point, and see if I can find the Nitty Gritty Dirt Band version of it. But Sammy's version is the one that I listen to. And actually, my mom was actually on YouTube or Facebook and watching something popped up with Sammy singing this, and we listened to it. All right, let me get back to your comments. Yes, there you go. Black Knight 007, is that the song by the Nitty Gritty Dirt Band? Absolutely. At least they did a version of it. Now, I don't know who did it first. Let me see. But like I said, I love Sammy Davis Jr. and his version. Sammy Davis Jr. could sing the phone book, and I would listen. Always been a fan of his. So it says Mr. Bojangles, song by the Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. Let's see the real story behind Mr. Bojangles. Let me see what this says. So it was written by somebody named Jerry Jeff Walker, who was a country singer songwriter who was inspired by a street performer he met in a New Orleans jail cell in 1965. The performer, whose real name was unknown, told Walker stories about his life and his dog who had passed away. He also danced a bit. Stop it. Ads are popping up. Says he also danced a bit and said he was called Mr. Bojangles to hide his true identity. Says Walker was moved by the encounter and wrote the song as a tribute to the man and his spirit of resilience. He recorded it in 1968. It became a minor hit on country charts, but the song really took off when it was covered by artists, especially Sammy Davis Jr. and the Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. So there we go. I'm gonna have to listen to the Nitty Gritty Dirt Band version. Like I said, the only version I love is the Sammy's version. So now we have the history. Thank you guys. Now we have we know all about Mr. Bojangles. I'm gonna have to listen to the Nitty Gritty Dirt Band version. So I get a look. See, says Jerry Jeff Walker, who wrote the song, did Mr. Brantley. I haven't heard. Is that a song? I haven't heard that. Farr says, in her opinion, the boys were targeted for the crime. Yep. And if they were targeted, in my opinion, if they were targeted, this is just my opinion. If they were targeted, it was by somebody they knew, as in possibly family members. GP says, I've always thought that it was a pre-planned crime. Farr is in agreement. Paula says it's not 1993 anymore. Absolutely. GP says the officers were smart A's and had stuff they were doing against the law. Yes, you're correct. Like I said, they were being investigated for alleged illegal activity concerning evidence disappearing. Yes, Vid says we all work together as a team. Yes, we do. Yeah, Vid loves Sammy. I love the whole Rat Pack. Sammy, Dean Martin, of course, Frank Sinatra. I'm obsessed. I love Frank Sinatra. Oh, love him, love him, love him. Vid says she wants to check out Sammy's version because the Nitty Gritty Dirt Band version was what she knows. See, I'm the opposite. Sammy's version was the only one I knew. I'll have to check out the Nitty Gritty Dirt Band version. GP says they grew up with Sammy's version. Far says her mom listened to Sammy. How can you not listen to Sammy? Sammy was fantastic. And I love the Candy Man. Oh my God, I love that. Oh, Miss Charlotte says the puppies are wonderful. Thank you so much for asking. They're splendid, pesky, and perfectly precious. Sounds like my cats. I love them to death. One minute they're just so lovey. I love them to death, and then the next minute I want to wring their little necks when they're, especially little Biscuit, who's turned into middle-sized Biscuit now. Runs amok, has the super zoomies, tears up Jack in a hot second. I'm just like, at 3 o'clock in the morning, he's ready to do this. But we love our fur babies. Yes, Vid says that's so strange about not wanting his identity known. It's almost like this. Mr. Bojangles sing stuff and maybe didn't want his identity known. Yeah, that was mentioned in one of the articles or something I've read that, that's what they said is because if I'm going off the assumption that he was from the area. So there's no way, mostly no way that he could not have heard about, this crime, the boys being killed. And so why not come forward and say, and I don't know I can't remember if they ever put anything out publicly, like on TV, they'll say, okay, we're looking for, a black male or whatever who came in, the Bojangles restaurant was bloody. We just want to talk to you, basically. Why wouldn't he come forward? I agree, it's very strange. And once again, I'm not saying he did anything, but possible that he did see something or come in contact with the offenders and just maybe he was scared. I don't know. Or maybe he was either scared of them or scared that the police would think that he was the one that did it. Yes, Vid says, yeah, we'll have to swap notes on the different versions of the song. Yep, Mitzi says music links our memories. Vid says they have 3 guinea pigs and 3 cats. We have 2 inside cats, and then we have 2 outside cats, the farm cats. All right. I think we just got a little bit more here. So we did Mr. Bojangles. So the other is if it wasn't the 3 Eccles, Miss Kelly, and Baldwin, if it wasn't any of the step parents, if it wasn't Bojangles, if it wasn't these 2 knuckleheads or whatever from that fled to California, was it a crime of opportunity? Was it a serial offender passing through? Because that is another. And I got let me get the article. Dan Stidham, who was found the article. Dan Stidham, who was Jesse Miss Kelly's attorney for his trial, recently wrote or published a book giving his theory, his experience, and then giving his theory about what he thinks happened. And that is his theory is that it was a serial offender, possibly a truck driver passing through. And I do have passing through that somehow. The only problem I have with that is how. Okay, let me get this. Okay, so I'm going to try to read. Is how would he have found the boys or knew that they were there? Now, I'm not saying it, because I have thought of that possibility too. So on the left-hand slide, there at the very bottom is the interstate. And then Up from the interstate is a service road. On the right-hand side of the picture is the infamous Blue Beacon truck wash that everybody talks about. To the it'll be the left of to the left of the Blue Beacon is the Robin Hood Woods, and I hope you can see it. There's 3 X marks on the as you're looking at it, it would be the west side of the picture. The left side of the picture, that is where the boys' bodies were found. So, and I've looked and researched, and everything I found, there was never an exact or even close estimation of how far this actually was from the Blue Beacon back into the woods to where the bodies were found. I'm assuming it is within walking distance. I mean, but some people say, oh, it would be they were too far into the woods for just somebody, random truck driver, whoever that pulled into the Blue Beacon and happened to see the boys in the woods. But then again, it's not that far. So the right-hand picture is a perspective of behind. So if you look at the top of the right hand, it says Blue Beacon lot in the top top to the right. That's the Blue Beacon truck wash lot. On the left is the pipe bridge where they found they think the boys crossed over there, and that's where the bicycles are found in the water underneath the pipe bridge. And then there's the creek. And there's also another path that leads, I don't know if it's on here. There's another path maybe close to where that creek is that leads up into the woods. And then to the bottom left is just a meadow, a clearing. So that kind of gives you a little bit of perspective on where everything is. So do you guys think if it was a truck driver, passerby who stopped at the truck wash, and there's also been debate if the boys made it all the way, because they entered, if you see on the left hand side, that clear meadow is where it says meadow on the left side, right side of the slide. That is where the boys entered the woods, and that's where their bodies were found, and the Blue Beacon was on the opposite side of the woods. It has also been debated as to whether the boys at some point did make it all the way to the other side, to the Blue Beacon side of the woods, and maybe, on the have been seen there, and somebody followed them back into the woods. A stranger, an offender, a truck driver. That's always been a theory, another theory. So please let me know in chat what you guys think, or if you're watching replay, please do let me know. Leave a comment. Okay, so just some information once again to give you perspective on where everything is situated. So the Blue Beacon was located to the east of Robin Hood Hills. The northern part of the woods was referred to by locals as the Blue Beacon Woods, and it was known for being an area inhabited by substance users and transients. The Blue Beacon Woods were north of the pipe bridge that ran across the 10-mile bayou, which is, you can see there on the right hand of the slide, the red where it says pipe, and running, as of the picture, running from north down to the southeast is where the what they call the 10-mile bayou, or whatever they called it. 10-mile bayou is. So that's what they're referring to. So the Blue Beacon was open 24/7, 24/7. And interestingly, behind the truck wash, there was an access point to the woods from that back lot of the Blue Beacon. There was a entrance point, a path. A trail leading into the woods converged into 2 paths. If you went one way down the path, it would go toward the pipe bridge, where it is believed that the boys enter. That's how the boys entered the woods. And the other way that you could go into the woods led to the drainage ditch where the boys' bodies were found. So that's interesting, to say the least. At least to me, it is. So that kind of leads some little bit of credence to maybe possibly just a random truck driver, serial offender, whatever that was, or just, either a. So when it comes to this, in my opinion, when it comes to this part of the alternate theories, if you're looking at it as somebody from the Blue Beacon truck wash or something of that nature, it was either, my two possibilities are, it was a random offender that happened to be passing through somehow. Maybe the boys did come out on the other side briefly, and this offender's, was a crime of opportunity. Saw them, followed them to the woods, and did the deed, and went back to his truck and left, or vehicle. Or it was known that substance users and transients frequented the woods. It was a possibly crime of opportunity for a transient or a drug. I'm not supposed to say drug on YouTube, but substance user or transient that has something to do with it. So once again, let me know what you guys think. And I think that is all the. So I'll just put that back on the while I go through comments. So you can kind of get an idea of how for anybody who doesn't know. And once again, go to the Callahan site. It does have a lot of crime scene photos. It does not have photos of the boys at all, so you don't have to worry about that. But it does have a lot of pictures, overhead pictures like this. It has pictures of where they were found. It does have pictures of the clothing that was found, because their clothing was found wrapped around sticks that was stuck into the water to hide the clothing. But it does not have any pictures of the boys, not even blurred out pictures, so you don't have to worry about seeing that. Now, it wasn't on that site, but I have found pictures of the boys, and I have looked at them. Just but I don't suggest looking at them. I don't. It wasn't just because of my curiosity, but just when they were talking about a specific wound that was on, I can't remember. Oh, it was the one on the head that they thought was a bite mark that could possibly somebody. I can't remember. Somebody owned some kind of flashlight that had a compass on the end of it, which matched up perfectly as far as dimension and a little place in the middle of what they thought could be was either a bite mark, but the dimensions of this flashlight that was found, I can't remember where it was found, matched perfectly with the mark on the head. So I think that is actually why I was looking for pictures to see if that makes any sense, if you guys know what I'm talking about. But it was very interesting because it did match perfectly the dimensions. And then they said the flashlight had a compass on the end of it, but which was glass, and if they were hitting the head with it, there was some kind of thing that would have made a smaller poke or a indentation inside the bigger circle, which it does have. So that's something else to think about. All right. Get in your comments again. Figure out where I left off here. Oh, Vid says she loves Frank Sinatra too. Oh, I love me some Frank Sinatra. Once again, I could listen to Frank Sinatra sing the phone book. That's how I liken all the voices or people singers that I love. Darius Rucker. I could listen to him sing the phone book. But I've loved Darius since he was in Hootie and the Blowfish, and then when he did his started doing his country stuff. I could listen to Darius sing the phone book. I could listen to George Strait sing the phone book. Oh, sorry. Comments keep popping up. Okay, Mitzi said she meant I meant when I was watching the police interviews of the West Memphis Three. Okay. I must have been confused about something. That is entirely possible. Vid says maybe because he's black. We're talking 1993 here. Just a thought. Yeah, that might have had something to do with it. Once again, in the South and West. I've been to Memphis, not lately because it's just too dangerous. Every place is too dangerous now. But back in the 90s, early 2000s, we used to go to Memphis a lot. We go to Beale Street. We go to Memphis in May. To watch they had a music fest there during Memphis in May. And but I've never, of course you passed West Memphis going into Memphis. Never actually been in West Memphis, so I don't know how what the diversity rate is in West Memphis, but I would think that it like I said, I don't know. I would have to look up the statistics on that, but that's entirely possible. Entirely possible. Yeah, Vid says, as horrible as that may be, but unfortunately, it is true. Unfortunately. Yes, absolutely. Paula says she is not ruling anything out, and neither am I. Neither am I. Yeah, GP says maybe, yeah. Yeah, see, that's the problem I have too. Vid says exactly. How would some random SK know that they are in these secluded woods? Yeah. See, that's the only problem I have with that theory about just a random person, truck driver or whatever at the Blue Beacon. Just the only way, in my opinion, that somebody random from the truck wash would know is if the boys, and I don't think they did, in my opinion, if the boys walked all the way across and did come out on the edge of the woods onto the Blue Beacon lot, or at least to the edge of the woods where they could be seen by some random person. That is the only way, in my opinion, that I would give this particular alternate theory any credence. But in my opinion, I do not think the boys made it that far. I personally don't think they made it any further or much further from further into the woods from where their bodies were found. That's just my opinion. I don't think they made it. They might have made it a little further and then came back or chased back or whatever happened. But I don't think they went that deep into the woods. That GP says, why would they plead guilty and still say that they were innocent? That's how the Alford plea works. They plead guilty, but they are allowed to maintain their innocence, to say that they're innocent. Basically, I don't know. That to me, that is the weirdest. I don't even know what it is. It's a plea. To me, that is the weirdest plea ever. It's basically, from what I understand, it's basically saying that they, in this case, the three, Eccles, Miss Kelly, and Baldwin, basically saying they acknowledge that the prosecution does have enough evidence to take them to trial and convict them. So they pleading guilty, but they maintain that they're innocent. I don't know. I'm confused by the whole thing. It is the stupidest thing I've ever heard of. And I question too, on the other side of the coin, if the prosecution, which I don't, and that's another thing that we were going to discuss in one of these West Memphis Three lives, is the evidence or lack thereof that they had. A lot of it's circumstantial, and yes, I know a lot of cases are won on circumstantial evidence, but why, if the prosecution claimed, oh, we have all this evidence, we can prosecute you again, have another trial, you're going to be convicted again and sent to jail. If they thought that, then why give them the Alfred plea and let them go? That's another thing that's never made sense to me either. If you think you have enough evidence to try them again and get another conviction, or do a retrial and get another conviction, do it. Why give them the Alfred plea and let them go? I've never understood that. Vid says authorities most likely played them against each other. That's what I think. Yeah, that's possible. In my opinion, they did take advantage of Jesse. Granted, he was, he did have a lot of horrible behavior before this, things that he did. But like I said, in his confessions, some things he got maybe right. But most, as far as the timing of when things happened, he did not get that right. I have listened to the full, I can't remember, and he was interviewed for, I think, people want to say it was like 24, 12 hours. I think he was interrogated for, I think it was 6 or 8 hours, but only maybe 45 minutes to an hour of it was recorded. And that's what they used as his quote confession. So I think, yeah, but I have listened to the what has been released, and they did ask some leading questions, which is, they do, law enforcement doesn't. I don't think it's right. It's not right, but yeah, a lot of the time, because initially Jesse said that the crimes were committed during the day, that afternoon, which we know, it's not true because the boys were in school. Then after they were leading him, well, you're sure it was this time? Was it this time? And finally it was, oh yeah, it was that night, within the time frame of when the boys were killed. So, but then he also said that, I can't remember who he told, and he did confess multiple times. That's another thing we have to keep in mind. It wasn't just this one interrogation where he confessed. He willingly confessed to about anybody who would listen. And now that's not saying that he did it. He's guilty, but he did confess more than once. And I'm trying to think of who he told. And he told somebody, one of the investigators, that that he did not actually participate in the killings. He said the only thing he did was chase down, was it Christopher? Chased down one of them and brought them back, and then he said he left, and that he had a bottle of some kind of whiskey, Jack Daniels or whatever it was, and that he went to some kind of bridge where they would hang out sometimes, and he got mad and he threw the bottle of whatever kind of whiskey or whatever it was and broke it. And it just so happens that whoever he told this to, one of the investigators or whoever it was, went to this place where he said that he did this, and they did find a broken whiskey bottle that matched the brand of whiskey that he said he was drinking, and threw the bottle. Now, that's not, take it with a grain of salt, because apparently that was a party area where kids went to drink, and you know, it could have been somebody else from a different time, you know, and he just kind of added that in there. I don't know, to give credence to his story. I don't know. Just, you know, another little tidbit of information. Um, but Vid had said, oh yeah, played them against each other. That's entirely possible because I think um, Damien was most definitely, in my opinion, the alpha of the group, the leader, and especially Jesse and Jason would do, you know, Damien would say jump, they would say how high. So I'm sure Damien did a lot of manipulating of them. And going back to Vid, she said authorities most likely played them against each other, which is, I agree with that. And so Damien could have, you know, beforehand or some, I don't know how much contact they had with each other, if they were allowed to talk to each other after they were arrested. Or maybe even it could have been after, if they did it, just going on the, you know, theory that they were the ones that did it. After it happened, Damien said, okay, if, you know, any of you ever say anything, either one of you say anything, you know, you're going to be next. And maybe they were, authorities tried to play them against each other. Maybe they did. And they were just they did either out of loyalty to Damien, they wouldn't say anything, or they were scared, even though they were all in prison or in jail at the time. But I see what you're saying. Absolutely, Vid. And when they did the Alfred plea, Jason actually said that the only reason, because Jason did not want to take the Alfred plea, he said, he came out and said the only reason that he took that, because the deal was all of them had to agree to the Alfred plea or none of them would get it. They would go back to, Damien would go back on death row, and Jesse and Jason would, you know, life without parole. And Jason came out and said that the only reason he agreed to the Alfred plea was because Damien was on, they were going to, he said, in his words, you know, they were going to kill Damien, and I didn't want that to happen. So that's the only reason that Jason agreed to go in, you know, do the Alfred plea. So, yeah, Mitzi says it happens more often than we realize. Young, scared, and poor. Bingo. Absolutely. As far as I know, they're all thrilled. Oh, Damien, Jesse, and Jason, unless I've missed it, they're all still alive. Last time I heard, Damien and his wife, Lori, who he married, met online or through letters, and got married while he was still in prison. They were living in Salem, Massachusetts. I don't know if they're still there. Jesse stays out of the spotlight. Jason, every once in a while, I'll see an interview with him, and I think somebody mentioned earlier that maybe Jason does show up on social media every once in a while. There's Miss Heather Brown, one of my night owls. Hello, Heather. Good to see you. I'm sorry I missed Dave's. I can't remember the last time I've made it to one of Dave's chats. I'm going to try to be there this weekend, this Sunday morning. But I've either fallen asleep. This past Saturday night, Sunday morning, I had a raging headache, so I took a aspirin or a ibuprofen and passed out to try to get rid of the headache. What are you oopsing for? Oh, okay. Heather said oops. I was trying to see what she was saying oops for. Heather says she thinks the three guys, if you're talking about Damien, Eccles, Miss Kelly, and Baldwin, were guilty. like I said, I don't know. I go back and forth. I go back and forth. The only thing I say is, in my opinion, now I'm not an expert in the law. Haven't served. I have had jury duty just locally. I've never been on a big, big homicide jury case. But if I was on that jury, I just don't know if me personally could have found them guilty with just the evidence that they presented, which is basically Jesse's confession. This what was her name? The woman that claimed that her son, she had come in, she had been arrested on theft charges or fraud charges. I can't remember her name. She had come in and she brought her son with her. She claimed that Damien had, or she was going to go undercover. And then she claimed that she went undercover and made friends with Damien, and he took her to some kind of ritualistic orgy, satanic something or other, which she recanted years later. She went to so far as her son claimed that he was there in the woods when the boys were killed. So they had her testimony at the time. They had testimonies from some little teenage girls that said they supposedly heard Damien say at some kind of baseball or softball game that, yeah, I did it. And Damien did say, yeah, I might have said that, but I was just joking when I said it. What other evidence did they have? That's about it. Basically just circumstantial witness testimony. Now, I'm not saying guilty or not guilty, but just on that, I don't know if I was a juror personally, if I could have convicted them on just that evidence. I don't know. Vid says, I don't think so either. The unalivers knew these boys. I still feel that. See, yeah, that's the way I've always felt too. Now, like I said, not saying that it was any of family members such as stepfathers, which I haven't ruled anybody out, obviously. Somebody that knew, either family members or, because there was, once again, I forgot where I read it. Somebody did testify that they did see two people, two younger, or not younger, maybe teenage, two in their 20s, boys, young men, in the same area at the same time that the boys were seen going into the woods, and these two other men or young men were seen going into the woods. I don't know. I don't think they were ever identified. I don't even know if they were looked into or taken seriously. That tip. I mean, it's possible, you know. Yep. Heather says these three guys knew too many things they shouldn't have. That is true. Especially Damien. When he was brought in for, I believe, his first questioning, did have some information that technically only the offender should have known. That is true. Absolutely. Yep. And Heather says, and they never spoke again to the guy that told on the, talking about Jesse. They never spoke again to the guy that told on them since the release. That's very suspicious. I get you. I get you. Vid says they did them dirty just like Brandon Dassey in that other case. Oh, yeah, the Stephen Avery case, in that other case, and making murder. Yeah. Yep, Heather, Miss Charlotte is here. One of our other night owls. Yeah, Miss Charlotte says that's such a reasonable question. Absolutely. And I simply don't feel that I know enough, never watched anything on it. However, based on the little information available, it looks bad for them. Yeah, and another thing, there were witnesses, a family, two parents and maybe two or three kids. Um, on that picture there that I still have up the left-hand side, that service road that's there, right in, we call it service roads down here. I don't know. It might be called something else in different parts of the country. It's basically like a service access road that runs along interstates. Um, this family, two parents, two or three kids, were happened to be going down. Um, I don't know which way they were going. They were going down this service road, this access road, and they knew who Damien was. They knew Damien, and they said that they saw, around the time that they have said of the time of the killing, that the boys were killed, said that they saw Damien and another boy that they did not know with long hair walking in the grass there between the service road and the woods. You can see that little grassy patch there. Um, and they had muddy shoes and muddy pants on. So that is another thing you can put in, another piece of information that you can put in the category for, the Eccles and them being the ones. And it has been theorized that it was either the one with the long hair that they didn't know was either Jason Baldwin, because Jason Baldwin did have a long a mullet, long hair at the time, or some people say it could have been Damien's girlfriend, Dominique. She did have long hair at the time. That's just been some theories, thoughts that have been thrown out, but that that witness statement is in public record, that the family and everybody in the car did say that it was Damien, at least. And then the other one, like I said, the other one they didn't know, but they both had muddy shoes and muddy pants up to the knee, I think they said. Yeah, Vid says that just goes to show you an amazingly nice kid Jason was, looking out for his friend like that. You certainly wouldn't see anybody involved in a heinous crime like this doing that. They wouldn't. Yeah. Jason just flat come out and said, it basically, the only reason I'm doing this is because Damien is up for the DP, and if I don't agree to go along with it, then they could, as he said, they could kill him. They're going to kill him. So. Vid says care about their friends and they would care about getting out of it. Yeah. Oh, Vid, you're not babbling. I'm the queen of babbling, as you can tell. We've been on, oh goodness, we've been on here 4.5 hours. Lord have mercy. All right. We're about to wrap this up. No wonder I'm running out of, yep, absolutely. 3 victims, 3 perps. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm fixing to get out of here too. As always, the most important part of this case, are these 3 little boys right here, Christopher Byers, Michael Moore, and Stevie Branch. They deserve justice. Let me turn my camera back on. They deserve justice. What family members they have left deserve justice and to know what happened. So yeah, that's all. That's the most important thing to me, is finding out, like I said, one way or another, if it was the 3 or somebody else, whatever. Somebody needs to be held, the right person or persons need to be held accountable, to get justice for these 3 little boys and their families that they have left. So we always keep that in mind. The victims and the victims' families are the most important. So thank you all for being here. Thank you, GP. Says night all, got to get up early. Thank you so much for dropping in. Thank you to everybody was here that was here. I can't go back through the chat is so long. It would take me another hour to go through the chat, but thank you everybody that was here in chat. Thank you so much to everybody who will watch replay. I love you guys so much. Yes, that's another thing. When we get down, Heather said also the knife in the pond by Jason's house. Yes, and also the Pam said that Pam Hobbs, Stevie's mother, said that Stevie always carried like a little pocket knife that I believe his grandfather gave to him. He always had it with him in his pocket. Never left home without it. It was not found with him when the bodies were found. Now this could be because the boys were all found nude. They did find, I think, most or all of, I think the only clothing that was not found was, I think, 2 pairs of underwear. They did find the pants and the shirts. The pocket knife that Pam said that Stevie always carried with him was not in the pants. Now, it could have fallen out into the water and they just didn't find it. But Pam also came out and said, and this is another thing we're going to do, and one of these talk about the evidence, some of the evidence that came out after. But Pam did say that she did find a lockbox that belonged to Terry, hidden, either put away or hidden, like up in the attic or crawl space of their house. She opened the box. It had a bunch of knives in it, and she said that Stevie's pocket knife that he always carried with him was in that box. So if that's true, and no reason to doubt her. Oh, hold on. I'm about to lose my computer. Once again, I forgot to put my charging cord in my computer. So if that's true, how, and it could, once again, it could be Stevie forgot to put it in his pocket. But the way she said, he always carried it with him, never left home without it. She found it in a lockbox that belonged to Terry. So that's interesting. That is interesting too. Vid says, another thing, if it was just some random person, the chances of the 3 running off in 3 different directions would have been a huge risk to somebody unknown to them. That is why I feel they knew. That excellent point. Absolutely. And, also, yes, the Robin Hood Woods were very close to the interstate and to the truck wash. But, you would basically have to know that area well, I would think. Excuse me. Once again, I've never been there, and I don't even think the woods are there anymore. They just completely leveled everything. You would think that it had to be somebody that was familiar with that area. And so who do we have that's familiar with the area? All 3 of Eccles, Miss Kelly, and Baldwin were familiar with the area, because on the other side, I don't know if you can see in the slides, if you look on the slide on the left, there's a neighborhood. You can see at the top of the picture on the left-hand side, that is a neighborhood of maybe some trailers and apartments. I think maybe at one time Damien had lived in that neighborhood, so he was definitely familiar with that area. All 3 of them were familiar with that area. I'm assuming that any of the boys, little boys' family members would be familiar with that area, because they did say that the boys did play there often. Well, not often, but they had played there in the woods before. So they were familiar with the area. Anybody that lived in that area will be familiar with it. So it's just adds more confusion on top of everything else. It could be anybody. Thank you. Miss Heather says there are a few videos I'll try and find to send you that you may not have seen. Try for next time. And Damien was seen right there by someone who knew. Yes, that's what we. Yeah, the family that was in the car that was on that service road. That knew Damien, absolutely said they definitely was him, and somebody else they didn't know with long hair walking down in that grassy area between the woods and the service road, the access road, with muddy pants and muddy shoes. Absolutely, absolutely. Like I said, there's so much evidence that could be for them, against them. It's just that's what's so frustrating and confusing about this case. Yes, absolutely. Heather says these boys have tugged at my heartstrings for decades. Absolutely. I cannot look at these pictures because these are the pictures that everybody uses, in all the media and stuff are these three pictures. And it just broke my heart. In the middle, Michael, because he was, they were all Boy Scouts, but I said Michael loved being the Boy Scouts. He basically wore that his Boy Scout shirt and the little red scarf thing that they wore with it 24/7. Anytime he could wear it, even on non meeting days, he would wear it. And I did see the pictures. I think it's on that Callahan site that they did find that shirt. I don't know about the scarf, and it was laid out for the evidence photo, and I bawled when I saw it because it reminded me of this picture that you always see with him wearing it. And it broke me. It broke me. Not a whole lot, I guess. Everything tugs at my heart, but I've been looking at true crime and stuff for so long that there's not a lot of things anymore that will actually bring me to tears. But when I saw that, it literally brought me to tears. So I understand what you're saying. Absolutely. Absolutely. Vid says justice for Chris, Michael, and Stevie. Absolutely. Yep. Absolutely. Some of them just get to you like no other. Yeah, that's the way I am, especially with these, like I said, being from Arkansas cases are close to my heart. So this one, Morgan Nick, those two get to me. The Melissa Witt case, absolutely the Cleashindra Hall case. I do have videos, numerous videos for all of those, so you can check the playlist if you want to read about, see about any of those cases. But yes, West Memphis 3 is just. Thank you, Miss Farr. She says, "Not all stay safe." You too, Farr. Thank you for being here. Yeah, Vid says that's why in a way I feel like 6 lives were taken in a way. Yeah. Yeah, because if it turns out, if they do test this evidence, God, test the evidence. I know I harp on that. If they test the evidence and they do find DNA from an unknown person that, or DNA to a person that is known, and find out that Damien and Eccles and Miss Kelly didn't do it, they were in jail for a prison for 18 years. 18 years of their life gone. So yeah, it's all the way around. It's now if it does turn out that they did do it, I don't have a bit of a sympathy for them. But if it turns out at some point down in the future they find out that they didn't do it, then yeah, most definitely 6 lives were taken away. Yes, Heather says the end of the knife matched the blunt force on the boys also. Yep. Viz says if that's true, then it definitely puts it on that stepdad. Yeah, and we're going to do that. I have to see, that might be the next one we do, is looking at some of the other evidence, because I'm just kind of following a little bit the Wikipedia. It has it divided into sections of crimes, suspects, alternate theories, evidence. So I've just been kind of going by it that way, starting with that information and then doing my research from other places. So the next one we do might be look at some other evidence that was never brought into any of the trials. And I don't know what I said that you were telling your hubby, but thank you, Mr. Mitzi. Good night, everyone. Always a great chat. Thank you, Southern Gal. Thank you. You're a gem of a being. All of you guys are gems. I love you guys so much. Couldn't do it without you. I'd be sitting up here talking to myself. Or if the cat was in here, I'd be talking to the cats, and they'd be looking at me like they always look at me, like, what are you doing? Just want to get everybody in. Oh, about the wearing the Boy Scout uniform. Yes. Absolutely. Yeah, just that literally brought me to tears. Yeah, that is the sad truth. Heather says, and we will probably never know. If they would just, I know you guys are probably tired of hearing me saying that, but test the evidence just to see. They may not get anything from it, but they won't know until they test it. They could find something out. Who knows? All right. So we've been on here 4.5 hours. Thank you so much for hanging in there with me. I love discussing all this with, yeah, Vid says cats always wanting it. Yes, cats are attention whores. They want attention. Thanks for hanging in there with me for 4.5 hours, guys. I really appreciate it. We always have such good discussions with this case. Let's see, today is, technically it is Thursday. Friday, I probably won't be able to do another live stream until we do our next, or Missing Person Monday, Friday for this coming week. That's not Missing Person Friday. Missing Person Monday video Monday. Because we got stuff I'll be watching football this weekend. So we'll have a Missing Person Monday live stream as usual Monday. I'll have a video to upload Friday. Thanks to, I don't know if Chris Gideon is still here. He may not be, but there's some cases he brought to my attention, and I think I've done videos on one of them so far that will be featured, kind of a featured spotlight missing person case, cold case, that I'm going to upload a video for Friday. So look out for that. I don't know if I have anything to upload tomorrow because I haven't got anything prepared. But anyway, Monday, Missing Person Monday. Everybody have a wonderful rest of your week and weekend. Sorry, I'm just multitasking. Be safe out there. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Guys, all we have is each other in this world. Take care of your fellow human beings. I love you guys. Thanks for being in chat. Thanks for watching replay. And I will see you live again Monday night. Thanks, guys.